Chapter 1674. Young Master. This young master caused everyone present to be dumbfounded, including the middle-aged man who just came out. He knew that the green-robed man had gone in, but the green-robed man had come out not long after. What was going on? Meanwhile, an old man walked out from the temple. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed drastically when he saw the old man. A concept expert. Concept. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. Aren't you also an intent realm? The middle-aged man bitterly smiled. I'm not. I can only be considered a pseudo-concept. Yi Xian was puzzled. Pseudo-intent realm? The middle-aged man nodded. Most of the people here only have the pseudo-intent realm. That is, everyone can separate their consciousness from their body and divine soul. Then, they can seize another body and be reborn. Everyone here is in the same situation. Yi Xian said in a low voice, what if it's a true intent realm master? The middle-aged man said, if it's a true intent realm expert, then he wouldn't need to seize another body to be reborn. Because as long as his consciousness isn't destroyed, he'll be able to reform his body and soul. However, it might take a lot of time. On the other hand, we are utterly unable to reform our fleshly body and divine soul, and can only seize another's body to be reborn. However, doing this is a heaven-defying action. It's inhumane. Not only will we be rejected by the great Tao, but we will also be rejected by our own bodies. This kind of rebirth will greatly reduce our strength, because this body is not our own. Yi Xian understood. No wonder he felt weird earlier. So that was the reason. At this moment, the old man in the distance had already walked in front of Yi Xian and the others. Arya glanced at the old man and continued to lick the candied fruit. The elder looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young master. Young master. The middle-aged man next to Yi Xian gave Yi Xian a deep look. The old man in front of him was a genuine concept powerhouse. Just how terrifying was that azure-robed man to be able to make a concept realm master submit? Yi Xian looked at the old man. Senior, you know my father? The old man nodded. Yes. Young master, follow me. With that, he turned around and walked towards the temple. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then followed her. At this moment, the old man suddenly stopped and glanced at Amulian and the others. Only the young master can come alone. Arya was a little dissatisfied. We're with little Xuanzi. The old man glanced at Arya and little White. You two can come too. Clearly, this was to prevent Li Tianhua and Amulian. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, can they go together? After a moment of silence, the old man said, all right. Yi Xian looked at Amulian and Li Tianhua and smiled, let's go. Under the old man's lead, the group walked towards the temple. When he entered the temple, he saw a very old statue. It was a monk holding a Buddha statue with a benevolent look on his face. Yi Xian asked curiously, Senior, where are we? The old man said, Temple. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but the old man said, I'll explain it to you later. Yi Xian nodded, all right. It didn't take long for them to enter a large hall. There was only a single statue in the hall, and there was an offering table below the statue. It was very simple, and it even lacked a leg. There was an old and shabby cushion below the offering table. The old man knelt down and said the name of Buddha. After a while, he stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Young master, can you give me a drop of blood? I'd like to verify your identity. Verify his identity. Yi Xian's expression became slightly strange. He didn't think too much about it, and he pointed with his finger, causing a drop of blood to fall before the old man. The old man glanced at the drop of blood, and then he nodded slightly, that's right. Yi Xian looked at the old man and waited for his explanation. The old man glanced outside the temple in the distance, and then he said softly, Young master, do you know where this place is? Yi Xian shook his head. The old man said, prison. Yi Xian looked at the old man, prison? The old man nodded, a very big prison. Yi Xian asked, did my father imprison them? The old man shook his head, no. Yi Xian continued to ask, then? The old man said, it's you, young master. Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, his expression changed slightly, you mean God Yi? The old man nodded. Yi Xian was silent, and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect that place to be created by God Yi. The old man said softly, God Yi discovered many pseudo-will realm powerhouses back then. Those people didn't enter reincarnation, but chose to reincarnate instead. God Yi naturally wouldn't allow that kind of behavior, but he didn't kill those people directly. Instead, he imprisoned them here. Yi Xian suddenly asked, why wouldn't he allow it? The old man said, to disrupt the order of reincarnation. Those people survived in another way, which was destroying his order, so he wouldn't allow it. As he said that, he looked into the distance and said softly, unfortunately, he wasn't able to maintain the order he established in the end. Yi Xian said, the other dimensional people? The old man shook his head, not only that, God Ye's matter is much more complicated than you think, young master. As for the specifics, I'm not particularly sure. Yi Xian asked, then why are you here, senior? The old man said, Kong Mi. Young master can just call me Kong Mi. The reason I'm here is because of the Swordmaster. Yi Xian asked, my father asked you to be here? Kong Mi nodded. Yi Xian continued to ask, what are you doing? Kong Mi looked at Yi Xian, waiting for you, young master. Yi Xian was stunned, then asked, what are you waiting for me for? Kong Mi suddenly took out a black box and handed it to Yi Xian. This box was left behind by the Swordmaster, and there's an item inside. If young master is willing to take it, you can use the item inside to destroy the other dimensional people. Yi Xian looked at Kong Mi, what if I don't take it? Kong Mi said, the matter of the other dimensional people will be resolved by young master yourself. The Swordmaster and I won't interfere again. Unless young master fails. Yi Xian asked solemnly, if I take the box, will I be punished? Kong Mi shook his head, no. However, young master will never be able to surpass the Swordmaster and senior Tian Ming. Never be able to surpass his father and Qing, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He knew that this time, his father wasn't joking with him. Kong Mi continued, young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if young master is willing to hear it. Yi Xian nodded, speak. Kong Mi said, young master, have you ever thought of surpassing the Swordmaster and senior Tian Ming? Yi Xian nodded. Kong Mi said, then don't take this box. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, why? Kong Mi said, because this box will help young master solve all your current problems. In front of young master, even the powerful other dimensional people will be annihilated with a flick of a finger. However, young master will never be able to reach the heights of the Swordmaster and senior Tian Ming. He paused, then continued, this is a shortcut that the Swordmaster left for young master. If young master wants to walk this path, he won't stop you. However, he doesn't want you to walk this path, because the path you're walking on was paved by him. He hopes that you'll be able to walk your own path. After a long silence, Yi Xian said softly, I understand. Kong Mi looked at Yi Xian, young master, do you want to take it? Yi Xian glanced at the box and smiled, can this thing really help me solve all my problems? Kong Mi nodded, yes. Yi Xian looked at Kong Mi, even the other dimensional people can be annihilated? Even the other dimensional people can be annihilated? Kong Mi nodded, annihilated with a flick of a finger. Annihilated with a flick of a finger. Yi Xian blinked, can I take a look? Kong Mi nodded, sure. As he said this, he opened the box. Inside the box was a small sword. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Kong Mi said, the Swordmaster's token. Yi Xian picked up the token and sized it up. What's the use of this Swordmaster's token? Kong Mi wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian asked, I can't say. Kong Mi said, this token can mobilize anyone under the Swordmaster's command. Anyone who sees this token must obey it unconditionally. It can be said that if young master holds this token, his life will be smooth sailing for the rest of his life. At the side, Arya suddenly said, cheating. Cheating. Everyone looked at Arya. Yi Xian was a little curious, what's cheating? Arya thought about it, then said, it's equivalent to cheating. Yi Xian was speechless. Arya glanced at the token and said, little Xuanzi, if you don't want it, give it to me. I want it. Yi Xian's face darkened. Arya, you're really not holding back. Kong Mi suddenly put away the token. This thing can't be given to Arya. He hadn't met Arya, but he'd heard of her. If he gave this token to Arya, it might cause a mess. These two little fellows were lawless to begin with. When she saw Kong Mi put away the token, Arya looked at him with some displeasure, and she wanted to snatch it from him. Kong Mi felt rather helpless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, how many forces does my father have under his command? Kong Mi shook his head, I don't know. Yi Xian was stunned, you don't know? Kong Mi nodded, I don't know the specifics, but it should be quite a lot. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Father is already invincible, so why does he still want to create so many forces? Kong Mi hesitated, then said, there are two reasons. First, some forces weren't created by him, such as our divine temple. Back then, we automatically recognized him as our master in order to thank him for saving our lives. To put it bluntly, we wanted to cling to him by force. Yi Xian was speechless. Kong Mi continued, the second reason. The reason why the Swordmaster didn't refuse is probably because of you, young master. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, me? Kong Mi nodded, do you know why the Swordmaster doesn't save the people here? Yi Xian shook his head. Kong Mi said, it's not that he doesn't want to save them, but the people here are actually not good people. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're extremely evil. Moreover, the people here have great resentment in their hearts. If you go out, they'll definitely take revenge on you. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, take revenge on me? Kong Mi glanced at Yi Xian, young master, have you forgotten that you have another identity? God Yi. Hearing that, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. That's right. If these guys knew that I'm God Yi, won't they kill me after I go out? If those people joined forces, I would definitely not be able to contend against them at the moment. At that time, there would be the other dimensional people outside and these F***ers inside. How am I supposed to play? Kong Mi continued, so, the Swordmaster wants you to solve this yourself, young master. Whether you save them or not, it's all up to you. Yi Xian was silent. Kong Mi continued, young master, do you want this token? Yi Xian looked at the token. With this token, his life would immediately be turned on. What other dimensional people? They're all trash. To take it or not? Chapter 1675. Yi Xian shook his head. He rejected this token. As Arya said, if he took this token, his life would be equivalent to turning on cheating mode. What otherworldly people? They're all trash. But he knew that his dad and Qing would definitely be disappointed. Especially Qing. She had always hoped that she could truly grow up and become an expert of her level. And he also wanted to become an expert of the same level as his dad and Qing. As Kong Mi said, if he took this token, he would never be able to surpass his dad and Qing. Because if he encountered any problems in the future, he would rely on his dad and Qing. His principle was that as long as the enemy wasn't too abnormal, he wouldn't use his dad and Qing. If the enemy was too abnormal, to the point of being abnormal, he definitely wouldn't care about their backing. I'm about to die. You still won't let me call for help? F*CKU. Seeing Yi Xian refuse, Kong Mi nodded slightly. Young master, do you want to choose to release these prisoners now? Yi Xian turned to look outside the temple. He could feel countless powerful auras. Obviously, those people had followed him here. Release? Yi Xian was silent. If he released them, once these people found out his true identity, they might join hands to kill him. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What does my dad mean?" Kong Mi said, "Swordmaster means that young master can resolve it himself." Resolve it himself. Yi Xian was silent for a long time. Elder Kong, can you do me a favor? Kong Mi nodded. Sure. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Kong Mi has been here for so long. Who do you think is worth saving among those people outside? Kong Mi was silent. Obviously, this young master wanted to choose who to save. After a long silence, Kong Mi said, "Young master, I suggest that you don't save them." Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Kong Mi said solemnly, "They're all hidden dangers. Because if they knew your true identity, they would definitely not let it go." Yi Xian smiled and said, "But father promised them. And he sent me here. Obviously, he wants me to release these people." Kong Mi looked at Yi Xian. "Can young master subdue these people?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I'll give it a try." Kong Mi asked, "What if you can't subdue it?" Yi Xian shrugged. "If they can't, then let them fend for themselves. They were imprisoned by God Yi anyway. It has nothing to do with me." His attitude towards God Yi was that he acknowledged all the good things that God Yi had done, and he would not reject any of God Yi's inheritance. As for the other matters, it would depend on the situation. Yi Xian looked inside the temple and said, "Does my father have anything else to give me?" Kong Mi shook his head. "No more." Yi Xian was speechless. He was too stingy. A moment later, Yi Xian left the temple with a group of people. After leaving the temple, Yi Xian looked around and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly said, "Elder Kong, have you come into contact with God Yi?" Kong Mi nodded. "I have." Yi Xian smiled. "What kind of person is he?" Kong Mi was silent for a moment, then said, "A very terrifying person." "Very terrifying." Yi Xian turned to look at Kong Mi. "How terrifying?" Kong Mi said, "Among the people I know, he's second only to the Swordmaster." Yi Xian asked, "He's already surpassed in 10th realm?" Kong Mi smiled bitterly. "He's far surpassed. Far surpassed." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Then why did he lose to the alien dimension back then?" Kong Mi sighed softly. "This matter is extremely complicated, but the Swordmaster asked me to investigate. There were 3 reasons why God Yi lost to the alien dimension back then. First, the alien dimension was not weak, and there was a super expert in their clan. That person was not much weaker than God Yi. Second, there was an unknown force involved." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "An unknown force involved?" Kong Mi nodded. "Yes. However, my ability is limited and I can't find this unknown force. The Swordmaster has already sent someone to investigate. There should be results by now." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked, "What's the third reason?" Kong Mi said, "Miss Dao Yi." Dao Yi. Yi Xian's expression changed subtly when he heard that name. Kong Mi continued, "Miss Dao Yi's sudden betrayal back then was a key point. In fact, with God Yi's ability, he could have killed Miss Dao Yi, but he didn't choose to do so. Even if there was an unknown force involved, he wouldn't have fallen. However, Miss Dao Yi's attack. As he said that, he shook his head and said no more. And Yi Xian had figured it out. God Yi chose not to harm Dao Yi even at death's door. Dao Yi felt guilty for the rest of her life because of that. Dao Yi told him not to save her. It was obvious that living was a form of pain for her. For the sake of her clan and her sister, she betrayed God Yi. Now, her clan and sister had abandoned her. Yi Xian sighed softly. Dao Yi should not have ended up like this. Kong Mi continued, God Yi isn't that simple. According to my investigation, he's also extremely mysterious. He's not from the alien dimension, let alone the alien dimension. He's also not from this universe. As for who he is, I can't find out. Swordmaster should already know. If you want to know, you can ask him. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Kong, you mentioned that there are many mysterious forces under my father. Apart from you, do you know anything else? Kong Mi said, Sword Alliance and Skyline Palace. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Sword Alliance? Skyline Palace? Kong Mi nodded. Sword Alliance is the alliance of the sword. Everyone in it is a top-notch swordsman, and their identities aren't simple. They only listen to Swordmaster's orders. If young master accepts this Swordmaster's order, you can mobilize the experts in Sword Alliance. As long as Sword Alliance's experts take action, it won't be difficult to destroy the alien dimension. Yi Xian blinked. Is it that terrifying? Kong Mi smiled bitterly. Young master, I've realized that you seem to know very little about Swordmaster. Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. I've only been with him recently. As for his other matters, I basically don't know anything. Kong Mi fell silent for a moment before he said, the stronger one is, the more reverence they have toward Swordmaster. Even the top-notch swordsman experts in Sword Alliance revere Swordmaster like a god. Yi Xian said in a light voice, I understand. Right, what kind of power is Skyline Palace? Kong Mi shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian looked at Kong Mi. Kong Mi smiled bitterly. This power is rather mysterious. I only heard Swordmaster mention it once. As for anything else, I don't know. I didn't investigate it without Swordmaster's orders. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Kong, how many experts does Divine Temple have? Elder Kong hesitated for a moment before he said, 16. Below me, there's a martial monk, a scholarly monk, and 13 traveling monks. Yi Xian was slightly curious. What's their strength? Elder Kong replied, intent. Yi Xian's expression froze when he heard this. Li Tianhua's expression instantly changed. On the other hand, Mulyan's expression remained calm. Yi Xian gazed at Kong Mi. 16 experts with intent? Kong Mi nodded. Yi Xian said in a low voice, didn't they say that experts with intent don't appear anymore? Elder Kong smiled and said, we've lived for a very long time. Yi Xian came to an understanding when he heard this. Elder Kong and the others were once experts with intent. Elder Kong continued. Actually, experts with intent can appear now as well. Besides the quintessence of the Grand Tao, primordial violet energy can be obtained as well. As he spoke, he glanced at Snowy who was on Arya's shoulder. Yi Xian said in a low voice, can it really be done? Elder Kong nodded. It can. However, ordinary people are utterly unable to obtain primordial violet energy. Only our own people have a chance to obtain it. Yi Xian glanced at Snowy, and he decided in his heart that he would definitely utilize this little fellow to foster Ming and the others into intent experts before his father left. Right at this moment, a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared nearby. The gray-robed old man glanced at Elder Kong with a trace of fear in his eyes. Elder Kong glanced at the gray-robed old man and retreated behind Yi Xian. The gray-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and stared at Yi Xian. "You're the reincarnation of God Yi." Obviously, he had already recognized Yi Xian's identity. Yi Xian smiled. "You can say that." The gray-robed old man said ferociously, "God Yi, to think that you would have such a day. You damned." At this moment, Elder Kong suddenly waved his right hand. Boom! The gray-robed old man was forcefully pressed to the ground by a powerful force. He could not move at all. Kong Mi glanced coldly at the gray-robed old man. "Watch your words when speaking to the young master. If there's a next time, this old monk doesn't mind sending you off on the spot." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the gray-robed old man's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to get up, but he could not get up at all. At this moment, he was terrified. A true expert with intent. The old monk in front of him was a true expert with intent. Yi Xian looked into the distance and shouted, "I'm God Yi. God Yi." As soon as he said that, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Soon, countless people appeared in the field. Apart from humans, there were also demonic beasts. There were hundreds of them. Yi Xian was a little confused when he saw so many pseudo-intent experts. That many? In the field, all the pseudo-intent experts were looking at Yi Xian with unfriendly gazes. God Yi. Why weren't they imprisoned here? It was all because of God Yi. He was the culprit. Hundreds of people. That was too terrifying. Yi Xian was panicking. Wasn't that too pretentious earlier? At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly walked out and looked at Yi Xian. "You haven't awakened yet." "Not awakened." Yi Xian was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly grinned. "God Yi, this is what you get." As he said that, he pointed angrily at Yi Xian. "Everyone, God Yi has reincarnated and hasn't awakened yet. As long as we kill him, today will be the day of our freedom. Kill him." As soon as he said that, he rushed out. All around, the pseudo-intent experts rushed out. Killing Yi Xian would give them freedom. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw that. "Damn it, this is too much." At that moment, Kong Mi suddenly said coldly, "Who dares to touch the young master?" As soon as he said that, the space on both sides of Yi Xian suddenly split open. The next moment, 15 monks slowly walked out. 15 intent realm experts. In the distance, all the pseudo-intent realm experts stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. Intent realm experts. They were true intent realm experts. Moreover, there were 16 of them. What's going on? The middle-aged man at the front was a little embarrassed because he had already rushed in front of Yi Xian and raised his fist. What should I do? The middle-aged man knew that if his fist landed, his soul would be destroyed immediately. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man without saying a word. The 16 intent realm experts were also looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then slowly retracted his hand. Following that, he bowed respectfully. "Young Master Yi, can you give me a chance to reorganize my words?" Everyone was speechless. P.S. If you don't vote and I don't vote, when will Green Phoenix make its debut? 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me, and Green Phoenix will debut tomorrow. Recently, I've been reflecting on my problems during this period of time. In conclusion, I feel that I've been updating a little too slowly. Moreover, it's a little lacking, and there's also a little water from time to time. Chapter 1676. At this moment, the middle-aged man was extremely aggrieved. How did over a dozen intent realm experts suddenly appear? Where did these people come from? Yi Xian gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled, "Sure. The middle-aged man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Obviously, Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, can you let us out?" Everyone looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. They'd intended to use force, but based on the current situation, it seemed like it was impossible for them to do so. Since they couldn't use force, then they could only use force. However, Yi Xian shook his head, "No. No." The expressions of many pseudo-intent realm experts instantly sank when they heard this. The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian glanced at them, "God Yi imprisoned all of you. All of you should know why." The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, "We destroyed his order." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "Shan Lin." Yi Xian smiled, "Shan Lin, do you think we should destroy his order?" Shan Lin hesitated for a moment and said, "This." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Of course we should." Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled, "Even ants want to live, let alone humans. Is it wrong for all of you to want to live? I don't think it's wrong." Everyone looked at Yi Xian with an odd look on their faces. What's going on? This God Yi is a little different. Yi Xian continued, "Everyone, I think that all of you have the right to live." The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi. Are you really the reincarnation of God Yi? I'm starting to doubt it now." The other pseudo-intent realm experts revealed bewildered expressions as well. "Is he really God Yi?" Yi Xian smiled, "I am indeed God Yi. There's no need to doubt this." As he spoke, he glanced at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I've actually come here to rescue you all. However, the moment I entered, I sensed your malicious intent. Sigh, I'm in a very difficult position right now." "Who is it?" The middle-aged man in front of Yi Xian suddenly roared, "Who is being disrespectful to young Master Yi? Who is it?" As he spoke, he glanced coldly at everyone present. "Everyone," Yi Xian continued, "everyone, I'm a straightforward person, and I'm also an upright person. I don't like to be showy, and I don't like to deceive people. Therefore, I'll be straightforward. The main purpose of my visit this time is to let you all out. God Yi is God Yi, and I, Yi Xian, am Yi Xian. Of course, I'm also God Yi, but as everyone knows, I haven't fully awakened yet, so I'm Yi Xian now." At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "What are your conditions?" The one who spoke was an old man. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. *CK, someone's finally taking the bait. Yi Xian said with a straight face, "Conditions. No conditions. No conditions. No conditions." The old man glanced at Yi Xian with a look of obvious disbelief. Yi Xian turned to look at Kong Mi. "How do I get in touch with the seal here?" Kong Mi said, "It's very simple. There's a sealing principle here. You can remove it as soon as you speak." Yi Xian blinked. "It's that simple?" Kong Mi smiled bitterly. "It's simple for you, but for others, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even I can't move that sealing principle." Yi Xian raised his head and glanced at it, then said, "Remove the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world suddenly became illusory. Gradually, it seemed as though something was rapidly flowing away. Kong Mi spoke solemnly by Yi Xian's side, "Young Master, are you really going to let them go just like that?" Yi Xian smiled and remained silent. It didn't take long for the seal to vanish completely. As soon as the seal vanished, the pseudo-intent experts in the surroundings instantly seethed with excitement. The seal had really vanished. The pseudo-intent experts were about to leave when Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "I wonder if all of you are interested in taking a step further." All of them instantly stopped moving when they heard this. "Take a step further?" Isn't that intent? All of them gazed at Yi Xian. Shan Lin hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young Master Yi, what do you mean by that?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm asking if all of you want to attain intent." Shan Lin spoke solemnly, "Of course. But does young Master Yi have a way?" Yi Xian gazed at Snowy. Snowy understood his intentions, and she waved her claw, causing a strand of violet energy to float over to Shan Lin. Shan Lin instantly became excited when he saw that strand of violet energy. "This." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do you believe me now?" Shan Lin gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's like this. It won't be long before the extra-dimensional beings attack our world. My strength alone is truly limited, so." Shan Lin immediately said, "I, Shan Lin, am willing to follow young Master Yi." Yi Xian gazed at Shan Lin and said, "The extra-dimensional beings are very strong." Shan Lin roared with laughter and said, "Like hell I'm afraid. Young Master Yi, if you're willing to help me attain intent, then my life is yours. If you don't believe me, then I can swear on it." Yi Xian remained silent. Shan Lin instantly became slightly anxious. "Young Master Yi, I, Shan Lin, am a man of my words. So long as you help me attain intent, then I swear to follow you for the rest of my life." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I can't guarantee that you'll be able to attain intent with 100% certainty." Shan Lin said, "I understand. As long as young Master Yi can provide me with that primordial violet qi." Yi Xian continued, "That qi is very precious." Shan Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Yi, if you have any conditions, just tell me. As long as you don't want me to die, I'll agree to any condition." Yi Xian glanced at the pseudo-intent realm experts and asked, "What about you guys?" Some of them remained silent. Some of them expressed their willingness to follow Yi Xian. Intent. This temptation was something they couldn't refuse. Yi Xian smiled and said, "If you want to leave, then you can do so now. I won't force you. If you don't want to leave and want to follow me, then I'll do my best to help you attain intent. However, I have a condition, and that is, I hope that everyone will defend against the extra-dimensional beings with me." At this time, an old man suddenly said, "Just defend against the extra-dimensional beings?" Yi Xian glanced at the old man and said, "There might be something else, but the main thing is to defend against the extra-dimensional beings." The old man said in a deep voice, "What else?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "You can leave. I don't need you to join me." The old man was stunned. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll put it another way. If you're willing to stay, then you must listen to my orders. If you're willing to stay, then I'll do my best to help you attain intent. If you're not willing, then you can leave now. I won't stop you." Shan Lin quickly said, "I'll stay. I'm willing to stay. Young Master Yi, please accept me. I can do any position." Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Damn, this guy can't be gay, right?" Shan Lin smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, please accept me." Yi Xian nodded and said, "From now on, you'll follow me." Shan Lin was overjoyed and quickly bowed. "Greetings, young Master Yi." Soon, some people started walking behind Yi Xian. Obviously, they had decided to follow Yi Xian. Intent. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't give up. However, there were still some who were skeptical. Some chose to leave, but only a few. Yi Xian looked at the red-haired woman in the white dress. She was the first person he came into contact with. She did not leave, but she did not come over either. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss, do you have anything to say?" The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian. "What would you do if you suddenly awaken?" suddenly awaken. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. At that moment, they suddenly remembered that Yi Xian was God Yi. Yi Xian was easy to talk to now, but what if he awakened? Back then, God Yi was not easy to talk to at all. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Even if I awaken, I won't imprison you anymore. As long as you fight against the alien races with me, all your mistakes will be written off." The woman in the white dress suddenly said, "What mistakes did we make? We just want to live. You said it yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to live, isn't it? Since there's nothing wrong with wanting to live, why would God Yi imprison us?" Yi Xian looked at the woman in the white dress. "Can you beat God Yi?" The woman in the white dress stared at Yi Xian. "I can't." Yi Xian said calmly, "With all due respect, since you can't beat him, what can you do even if he kills you?" The woman stared at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian continued, "Why didn't you question God Yi like that back then?" The woman in the white dress did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "You didn't question God Yi back then because you knew that you didn't have the right to question him. Or rather, you didn't dare to. His fists are big, so he set the rules. If he wants you to abide by this order, you must abide by it. I understand you, but it doesn't mean that I think God Yi is wrong. At the end of the day, it's still a matter of strength. Miss, if you're stronger than God Yi, would you still have to suffer like this? The problem is that you're not as strong as God Yi." The woman in the white dress's expression was a little ugly. Yi Xian glanced at the crowd. "I won't comment on God Yi's actions. Now, if you're willing to follow me to protect this universe, I can guarantee you that you'll all be free in the future. Not only that, but you'll also have the opportunity to reach the true meaning realm. Of course, you can leave now. I won't stop you." The woman in the white dress glanced at Yi Xian. "It's the same question. What if you awaken?" Yi Xian glared at the woman. "Why do you have so many questions?" The woman said angrily, "Can't I just ask? Why are you being so fierce?" Yi Xian was speechless. "Damn it, am I being fierce or are you being fierce?" Yi Xian glanced at the crowd. Everyone was looking at him. It was obvious that everyone was worried about that issue. In comparison, Yi Xian was easy to talk to and understood them. However, if it was God Yi, it would be a different story. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Don't worry, I won't let God Yi awaken." The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You want to kill him?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman gave him a thumbs up. "You're really awesome." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1677. Everyone's expressions became strange when they heard Yi Xian's words. This guy actually didn't want God Yi to awaken. How amazing! In fact, they didn't know that Yi Xian and God Yi had become one, but Yi Xian was the leader now. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Have all of you decided?" The others nodded in succession. In fact, even if God Yi awakened in the future, they would still follow Yi Xian. After all, that might be their only chance to break through to Intent Realm. They had no choice. Unless they wanted to wait for death. Yi Xian glanced at everyone, and then he looked at the woman in white. "What about you?" The woman in white didn't speak and walked behind Yi Xian. Her meaning was obvious. Yi Xian glanced at everyone. There were at least 460 pseudo-intent realm experts here. Needless to say, that was a terrifying number. It would be even more terrifying if all of them could attain true intent realm. That would depend on Little White. At that moment, Kongmi suddenly said, "Young master, we have to go." Yi Xian looked at Kongmi, "Aren't you coming with me?" Kongmi smiled. "I can't." "No." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded. We'll meet again. Kong Mi nodded as well. We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the old monks by his side gradually became illusory, and it wasn't long before the 16 of them vanished. The pseudo-intent realm experts here heaved sighs of relief when they saw the 16 of them vanish. They still felt pressured when facing true intent realm experts. The pressure was too great. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." With that, he turned around and left. Just like that, Yi Xian left the prison with a few hundred people, and he directly sent them to the 9th dimension to look for Ah Ming and the others. Of course, he gave them some violet energy when they left. After obtaining the violet chi, these people were extremely excited. The violet energy wasn't inferior to the origin of the Great Tao at all. Moreover, they truly saw hope. The hope of attaining intent. However, Yi Xian was still on guard because he knew that these people were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans. He was only temporarily stabilizing these people. He had not truly subdued them yet. Yi Xian did not return directly. Instead, he brought Little White and Arya to the heaven-splitting race. He had to talk to his father. By the lake, Yi Xian found the azure-robed man. The azure-robed man laughed and said, "Sit." Yi Xian sat beside the green-robed man. The green-robed man laughed, "I knew you wouldn't choose to take that token." Yi Xian asked, "Is this a test?" The green-robed man nodded. "You can say that." Yi Xian turned to look at the green-robed man. "What if I take that token?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "You are still my son. Daddy will protect you forever." Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart warmed. "If I had known earlier, I would have taken it." The green-robed man laughed. "You wouldn't." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why?" The green-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "Because you are my son." Yi Xian was speechless. The green-robed man looked into the distance and said softly, "Do you know what you are going to face next?" Yi Xian nodded. "I know." The green-robed man laughed. "Are you confident that you can face it yourself?" Yi Xian asked, "What if I can't handle it?" The green-robed man laughed and said, "If you can't handle it, call me. Daddy will always be here." Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man. "You let me live in the past purely to train me?" The green-robed man said softly, "I regret it." "Regret?" Yi Xian was stunned. The green-robed man laughed. "I should have grown up with you all these years." Yi Xian didn't say anything. The green-robed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. "Don't blame Daddy, okay?" Yi Xian was silent for a long time. He looked up at the green-robed man. "Is there anything in it?" The green-robed man's expression froze. He slapped Yi Xian's head and scolded with a smile. "Hammer my ass. You are asking for a beating." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Daddy, before you leave, can I make a few conditions?" The green-robed man nodded. "Say it." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I want Little White and Arya to follow me." The green-robed man shook his head. "No, you will be in more danger if they follow you. Especially Little White. If she follows you, you will be in a terrible situation." Yi Xian was about to speak when the green-robed man laughed. "I know what you mean. You want her purple aura, right?" Yi Xian nodded. The green-robed man pointed with his finger and a storage ring appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was puzzled. "This is?" The green-robed man said, "Great Tao Source Crystals. There are more than 10,000 of them. If you use them properly, it won't be difficult to cultivate a group of experts with concepts." Yi Xian immediately put it away. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Isn't the Great Tao Source Crystals already gone? Daddy, why do you still have them?" The green-robed man laughed. It's just that this universe and the alternate dimension don't have them, but it doesn't mean that other places don't have them. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. How big is this universe? The green-robed man shook his head. I don't know. However, I feel that this universe is endless. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, endless? The green-robed man nodded. Yes, it is. Yi Xian said softly, Daddy, can you tell me something interesting about this universe? The green-robed man laughed. You can explore it yourself in the future. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The green-robed man said again, I'm leaving. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. Where are you going? The green-robed man laughed. The universe is so big. I want to take a look and also find some opponents. After all, the three of us are too lonely. You can't understand that kind of loneliness. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, do you want to lose? The green-robed man nodded. Yes. Because only by losing can we advance further. Actually. At this point, he didn't continue. Yi Xian was curious. Actually what? The green-robed man said softly, both Tianming and I are worried about you. We want you to be safe, but we also hope that you can grow up and become stronger than us. Do you understand Daddy's meaning? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. The green-robed man stood up and smiled. Then, it's time for us to part ways. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. Will you take Mother with you? The green-robed man smiled. Do you want me to take her away? Yi Xian nodded. She's suffering too much. The green-robed man laughed. He turned around and looked. Nan, did you hear that? Yi Xian turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking over slowly. It was Dong Linen. At this moment, there were 2 streams of tears on Dong Linen's cheeks. Dong Linen walked in front of Yi Xian. She looked at the green-robed man. I want to stay with him. The green-robed man shook his head. Follow me. Let him walk on his own from now on. Dong Linen was about to say something. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Mother, go with him. Hearing this, Dong Linen's body trembled slightly. She turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Her voice trembled. You. What did you call me? Yi Xian smiled. Mother. The tears in Dong Linen's eyes gushed out like a broken dam. Seeing this, Yi Xian sighed softly. He held Dong Linen's hand. I don't hate you anymore. I don't hate Father either. Dong Linen held Yi Xian's hand tightly. Yi Xian smiled. Let me grow on my own. I believe that I won't be any worse than Father. Hearing this, the green-robed man laughed. Kid, it's not that I want to discourage you, but it's extremely difficult for you to surpass me. I'm afraid there won't be a second man as outstanding as your father in this universe. Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen glared at the green-robed man. You only know how to brag. Back then, you were beaten badly by Tianming. Hearing this, the green-robed man's face immediately darkened. This was the most disgraceful thing he had ever done. Dong Linen looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, You will definitely surpass him in the future. Yi Xian burst out laughing. Then he said, Dad, Mom, just go. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Can you really handle it by yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The green-robed man smiled. Good. After that, he turned to look at Arya and Xiaobai not far away. We're leaving. Arya blinked. Let's go. The green-robed man blinked. You're going to be separated from little Xuanzi. Aren't you going to give him some gifts? Arya's face was full of black lines. Brother Yang, how can you trick me and Xiao Bai? The green-robed man laughed. Arya walked to Yi Xian with Xiao Bai. Yi Xian quickly took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Arya and Xiao Bai. There are candied haws inside. It's enough for you to eat for a long time. And I made them myself. Candied haws. Arya and Xiao Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Arya glanced at Yi Xian. Little Xuanzi, what do you want? Yi Xian shook his head quickly. No, I don't want anything. Arya shook her head. She opened her palm and took out a storage ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little curious. This is? Arya said, my scales. Every time I evolve, the original scales will fall off. These are the scales that fell off during my last evolution. Take them. Hearing that, Yi Xian was suddenly moved. Arya's scales. If it was made into a treasured armor, who the hell could kill him? Who could? Yi Xian took a deep breath and took the storage ring. Then, he said, this. Since it's your kindness, Arya, then I'll accept it. Arya nodded. There's a bottle of my blood inside. You can use it to train your body in the future. Yi Xian smiled and said, thank you, Arya. Arya said, we're on the same side. Don't stand on ceremony. Yi Xian's heart warmed. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai blinked and glanced at Arya. Arya shrugged and said, give it to me as you see fit. Xiao Bai looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned and gently rubbed Xiao Bai's little head. He really liked this little white fellow. She was really too cute. At this moment, the little white fellow turned around and rummaged through the storage ring. After rummaging for a long time, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yi Xian. When they saw this item, the green-robed man and Arya's expressions changed. The green-robed man immediately said, this item won't do. Change it. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. Monthly ticket. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 1678. Upon hearing the green-robed man's words, Yi Xian took the item in Little White's paw without saying a word. It was an arm guard. The arm guard was dark gold in color and was as smooth as a mirror. At the top of the arm guard, there was a dark dragon, and at the end of the arm guard, there was a golden dragon. Yi Xian looked at the arm guard and then looked at the green-robed man. Dad, this is? The green-robed man looked at the white little guy helplessly. You little guy. You're really generous. The white little guy blinked and then grinned. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. Why don't you change it? Yi Xian quickly said, no way. This is a gift from Little White. Dad, don't do such an immoral thing. The green-robed man, at this time, Arya suddenly said, this is the beast god's arm. Yi Xian looked at Arya. Beast god's arm? Arya nodded. There is the beast god's soul and 2 dragons inside. Those 2 dragons are not good, but the beast god's soul is not bad. Yi Xian quickly asked, how powerful is it? Arya licked the candied fruit. Not as powerful as me anyway. Yi Xian. At this time, the green-robed man suddenly laughed. This thing is not suitable for you now. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? The green-robed man said, because you are too weak to control this thing now. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Mocking me again. The green-robed man said again, the beast god's soul is not an ordinary demonic beast, it is a demonic beast far beyond the realm of intent realm. The strength of its soul is not something you can control now. In addition, the 2 dragons inside are also at the peak of intent realm. They are not something you can control now. You. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, I have a way. The green-robed man blinked. What way? Yi Xian said seriously, Dad, is it stronger than you? The green-robed man laughed. What do you think? Your father is invincible. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Damn it, this old man of mine is too shameless. Yi Xian shook his head and continued, does this beast's soul know of your existence? The green-robed man nodded. Of course I do. Yi Xian said solemnly, you didn't kill him, did you? The azure-robed man shook his head and smiled. No, I just obtained this item by chance. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you really want this? Yi Xian grinned. If you don't object, I want it. After a moment of silence, the green-clothed man said, if you take this item, then there will be karma, and you will have to bear this karma yourself. Think about it carefully. Yi Xian thought for a long time before saying, I'll take it. Karma? What was he afraid of? If he couldn't stop the karma, he would push it onto his father. The green-clothed man nodded. Then I'll give it to you. But remember, the power of this item far exceeds what you have now. Don't use it unless you have no other choice. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The green-clothed man smiled. Then we'll be leaving. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The green-clothed man looked at Yi Xian. You don't seem to be very sad that we're leaving. Yi Xian was speechless. The green-clothed man patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, take good care of yourself. As he finished speaking, he disappeared with Dong Linen and the rest. They left without the slightest hesitation. They left. Yi Xian looked at the sky, feeling a little empty in his heart. This time, his father had really left. From now on, he could only walk on his own. After a long time, Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw a box falling from the sky. Soon, the box landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the box. Inside the box was the Swordmaster's token. Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, a loud laughter came from the depths of the distant starry sky. Your father will always protect you. Yi Xian's heart warmed. A moment later, he shook his head with a smile, put away the Swordmaster's token, and turned to leave. Somewhere in the depths of the distant starry sky, Dong Linen, who was beside the green-clothed man, said softly, I can't bear to part with him. The green-clothed man held Dong Linen's hand and said with a smile, wait for him to come find us. Dong Linen nodded slightly. Soon, the green-clothed man and the rest disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. About 15 minutes later, a phantom suddenly appeared in the field. The phantom didn't exist in the dimension of space, but in the dimension of time. Moreover, with its appearance, the entire starry sky distorted. Because of this phantom, the dimension of time far exceeded the dimension of space, and the dimension of space couldn't withstand this dimension of time. A dimensional person. The phantom looked at the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, he was about to leave. At this moment, a sword suddenly tore through the sky, and the phantom wasn't even able to react before the sword pierced his forehead. Boom! In an instant, the dimension of time was reduced to nothingness. A few million kilometers away, the green-clothed man opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. There was a trace of blood on the tip of the sword. Dong Linen looked at the green-clothed man, what's wrong? The green-clothed man smiled, it's nothing. Let's go. Dong Linen glanced at the green-clothed man and didn't ask anything else. In next to no time, the green-clothed man and the others vanished into the depths of the starry sky. The heaven-splitting clan. In a certain hall, there were only two people inside. Elder Mu and Ah Mulyan. Elder Mu spoke softly, 16 intents. Are you sure? Ah Mulyan nodded. Elder Mu remained silent for a long time before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. So the heaven-splitting clan is just an ant in this universe. Mulyan remained silent. After coming into contact with Yi Xian's family, she realized that the heaven-splitting clan was nothing in this universe. Especially Yi Xian's father. He was an invincible existence. Elder Mu sighed softly, "We're too short-sighted. It's no wonder our ancestors kept expanding and broadening their horizons. Only then could they improve. We sigh." At that moment, an elder suddenly appeared in the hall. The elder bowed slightly. "Clan leader, young Master Yi is outside. He wants to see the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince was naturally Mulyan. Mulyan said, "I'll go out." Elder Mu nodded and watched Mulyan walk out. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he didn't say anything. Outside the hall, Yi Xian looked at Mulyan, who had walked out, and smiled. "Miss Mulyan." Mulyan nodded. "What's the matter?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and there was a crystal in his palm. Great Tao Origin Crystal. Mulyan's pupils shrank when she saw this Great Tao Origin Crystal. Great Tao Origin Crystal. A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. "You know it?" Mulyan looked at Yi Xian. "Where did you get it?" Yi Xian said, "My father gave it to me." Mulyan said in a low voice, "This item is extremely precious, precious to the point that countless Godly Reaper Realm and Pseudo-Intent Realm experts would go crazy over it. If a Godly Reaper Realm expert possesses this item, it's extremely likely for him to attain Intent Realm directly. If a Pseudo-Intent Realm expert possesses this item, he has a 90% chance of attaining Intent Realm directly. Because experts that can attain Pseudo-Intent Realm aren't ordinary. They're extremely terrifying to be able to attain Pseudo-Intent Realm without a Grand Tao source. If I had this item." As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated gaze. "This item is really precious." Yi Xian smiled. "I'll give this to you." Mulyan was slightly stunned, and then she said, "For me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Take it." Mulyan looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled. "Do I look like I'm joking to you?" Mulyan said in a low voice, "You." Yi Xian suddenly placed the Great Tao Origin Crystal in Mulyan's hand, and then he said, "We'll meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, quickly vanishing into the horizon. Mulyan was slightly stunned where she stood. He gave it to her just like that? Mulyan looked at the Great Tao Origin Crystal in her hand and remained silent for a long time. Yi Xian returned to the place where God Yi had once resided, which was that lakeside hut. At that moment, only the Disaster Law was left in the hut. Seeing Yi Xian return, the Disaster Law was slightly stunned, and then it said, "He left?" Yi Xian nodded. The Disaster Law was about to speak, but Yi Xian suddenly said, "Where's Ming?" The Disaster Law said, "Breaking through to Intent Realm." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is there a chance?" The Disaster Law nodded. "There shouldn't be a problem." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and he glanced at the Disaster Law. "What about you?" The Disaster Law shook its head. "There isn't enough purple gas. In order to avoid any accidents, I'll take care of them first." Yi Xian immediately took out a Great Tao Origin Crystal and placed it in front of the Disaster Law. "This is for you." A trace of surprise flashed in the Disaster Law's eyes. "Great Tao Origin Crystal. Why do you have it?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "Don't ask so many questions. Go and break through to Intent Realm first." The Disaster Law glanced at Yi Xian, and did not ask anything else. She picked up the Great Tao Origin Crystal, got up, and left. At that moment, Yi Xian turned around, and hundreds of people appeared by the lakeside. All of them were Pseudo-Intent Realm experts. The leader was Shan Lin. He now had the ability to nurture these people to Intent Realm, but he was not confident that he could control them. Hundreds of Intent Realm experts. Only his father could keep it under control. Hence, he was a little hesitant. However, if he didn't give them a chance to see him, then they wouldn't work wholeheartedly for him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Shan Lin." Shan Lin hurriedly ran over to Yi Xian and bowed respectfully, "Young Master Yi, do you have any instructions for me?" Yi Xian gazed at Shan Lin, "Do you want to attain intent?" Shan Lin was stunned, and then he nodded madly. "Yes." Yi Xian opened his palm, and then a great Tao origin crystal appeared there. A great Tao origin crystal. Someone instantly exclaimed with shock. In an instant, the surroundings seethed with excitement. A great Tao origin crystal. In front of Yi Xian, Shan Lin snatched the great Tao source crystal from Yi Xian's hand. At this moment, he was in a frenzied state. A great Tao origin crystal. It was exactly the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao that had forcefully obstructed his path towards the Grand Tao. If he was born a few 100,000 years earlier, then how could he, Shan Lin, be inferior to anyone? As if he'd sensed something, Shan Lin gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was still gazing at him with an icy cold gaze. At this moment, Shan Lin recalled that young Master Yi didn't seem to have said that he would give it to me. Are you still not going to return it? Shan Lin clenched the great Tao origin crystal tightly while his gaze gradually turned icy cold. Chapter 1679. After a short moment, Shan Lin suddenly passed the Grand Tao Abyss crystal to Yi Xian, and he smiled embarrassedly. "Young Master Yi, I was slightly agitated. Please forgive me." Yi Xian said with a smile, "This is a great Tao origin crystal. If you run now, you can completely rely on this item to reach concept." Shan Lin smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi is right. However, this belongs to young Master Yi. It will only be mine if young Master Yi gives it to me. If you don't give it to me, I can't take it away. He had thought of snatching it away. However, he did not choose to do so in the end. Reason triumphed over desire. Why? It was very simple. This young Master Yi in front of him was no ordinary person. The Grand Tao Source Crystal had already gone extinct in the past. Not to mention a Grand Tao Source Crystal, there wasn't even a trace of the quintessence of the Grand Tao. But now, young Master Yi had actually taken out a Grand Tao Source Crystal. Great Tao Origin Crystals. Shan Lin was very clear that if he were to steal this origin crystal, it was extremely likely that he would be killed. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Are you really not going to take it away?" Shan Lin shook his head. "Young Master Yi, I'm very tempted, but I'll say it again. If young Master Yi gives it to me, I want it. If not, I don't want it." Yi Xian looked at Shan Lin for a moment and smiled, "It's for you." Shan Lin hesitated for a moment and said, This is too valuable. I can't." At this point, he shook his head and sighed, "Sigh. Forget it. Since it's young Master Ye's kind intentions, if I refuse, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to young Master Yi?" As he spoke, he hurriedly took the Great Tao Origin Crystal. Yi Xian shook his head and laughed. "You're really thick-skinned." Shan Lin laughed and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yi Xian was about to speak when he suddenly frowned. He looked into the distance and saw that the pseudo-intent realm experts were looking at Shan Lin with unkind expressions. Obviously, he wanted to snatch it. Shan Lin instantly became vigilant when he saw this scene. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, "What, you guys want to snatch it?" Those pseudo-intent realm experts looked at Yi Xian when they heard this. Yi Xian smiled and said, "If all of you want to seize it, then you can make a move right now." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and over a dozen Great Tao Origin crystals appeared in his hand. "I still have some here. Do you want to snatch them?" The expressions of those pseudo-concept experts instantly became solemn when they witnessed this scene. There were still so many. Yi Xian's smile gradually turned cold. Come on. Come and snatch it. Don't be scared. When they saw this scene, not only did those false concept realm experts not dare to attack, their eyes were even filled with fear. In fact, they didn't even dare to make a move. It should be known that Yi Xian previously had 16 concepts powerhouses behind him. 16 concepts powerhouses. These 16 people were more than enough to sweep away everyone present. Yi Xian turned to look at Shan Lin and said, "Stay here and try to break through to the intent realm. My men will protect you in secret." Shan Lin bowed respectfully. "Thank you, young Master Yi." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the Grand Tao Origin Crystal in his hand. As the source of the Great Tao entered, Shan Lin began to tremble. That was awesome. Shan Lin's body started to madly absorb the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao, and his aura instantly rose explosively. The pseudo-intent experts in the distance were instantly unable to maintain their composure when they witnessed this scene. As for Yi Xian, he turned around and returned to the bamboo house. Read. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait for Ah Ming and the others to reach concepts before deciding to train these pseudo-concept powerhouses. Right now, there were too few experts in this universe. It was still a bit difficult to deal with the alien dimensional race. At the lakeside, the pseudo-intent realm experts glanced at each other. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress in the crowd suddenly said, "His father was able to make 16 intent realm experts submit. Do all of you think he's an ordinary person?" Everyone fell silent. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The woman in a white dress said, "Grand Tao origin crystals had already gone extinct during our era, and there isn't even a trace of the quintessence energy of the Grand Tao. However, he had casually taken out so many of them. What does that mean?" All of them gazed at the woman in a white dress, and she spoke softly, "It means that his father is even more terrifying than we imagined. Moreover, he actually gave away Grand Tao origin crystals. In other words, the Grand Tao origin crystals aren't precious to him and his father at all." She paused for a moment when she spoke up to hear, and then she concluded, "Think about it yourselves since he's able to look down on Grand Tao origin crystals like that. Think about it." All of their expressions became solemn when they thought about it. The woman in a white dress gazed at Yi Xian who resided in the bamboo house, and she spoke softly, "He gave Shan Lin the Grand Tao origin crystals right in front of us because he wants to tell us that he wants obedient people. Only obedient people have Grand Tao origin crystals." As she spoke, she glanced at the others, "Those with backbone can leave right now." However, not a single one of them moved. Leave? They wouldn't leave even if they were beaten to death. The woman in a white dress spoke indifferently, "Since you refuse to leave, then set your position and state of mind right." As she spoke, she walked towards the bamboo house. All of them gazed at her with slight bewilderment and wondered what she intended to do. She walked over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at her while she gazed at Yi Xian. She bent down and whispered a few words into Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian remained silent for a moment before he withdrew a Grand Tao origin crystal and passed it to the woman in a white dress. The pseudo-intent realm experts by the lake instantly erupted into an uproar when they witnessed this scene. He gave it to her just like that? The eyes of the pseudo-intent realm experts opened wide, and their faces were covered in disbelief. There's something going on behind the scenes. There's definitely some sort of secret trade. The pseudo-intent realm experts gazed at Yi Xian from the lake, and their gazes had become strange. Could it be that young Master Yi is lustful? Lustful. Meanwhile, another woman walked towards Yi Xian. The woman was very beautiful. She wore a bright red dress, and her figure was exquisite and voluptuous. She was like a ripe peach that was extremely alluring. The woman walked over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at her and was about to speak when she suddenly revealed a charming smile and said, "Young Master Yi, let's go somewhere else." "Go somewhere else?" A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. "What for?" The woman smiled delicately and said, "Young Master Yi, I can do everything that woman from before could do. Not only can I do it, but I can even do it better than her." Yi Xian blinked. "Have you misunderstood something?" The woman blinked, and her smile grew even more ambiguous. "I haven't." "Young Master Yi, let's go somewhere else. I'll make it comfortable for you." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Are you trying to seduce me?" The woman smiled delicately and said, "Young Master Yi, would you be seduced by me?" Yi Xian sized her up. Needless to say, her figure really wasn't bad. A peerless stunner. Seeing that Yi Xian was sizing her up, the woman's eyes suddenly lit up. She gently pulled up her shirt, and in an instant, a snow-white patch appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. "Nonsense." Yi Xian suddenly stood up and flicked his sleeves. "How can I, Yi Xian, be that kind of person? Don't insult me." The woman was stunned. At that moment, she suddenly turned around and saw a woman standing behind her. Destiny Law. Ah Ming. At that moment, Ah Ming had reached Intent Realm. A true Intent Realm. Ah Ming looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled and said, "Ah Ming, you're here." Ah Ming calmly said, "I won't disturb you, right?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Why would I? You know that I'm not that kind of person." Ah Ming glanced at Yi Xian, then looked at the woman. "Go outside." The woman did not dare to act rashly. One had to know that the person in front of her had reached Intent Realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Intent Realm powerhouse. This chapter is not over. Please continue to the next page. Ah Ming and the other laws of the universe had been nurtured by God Yi. Their strength and knowledge, especially their control of time, was something that even some Intent Realm powerhouses couldn't compare to. The woman respectfully withdrew. Ah Ming looked at Yi Xian. "He left?" Yi Xian nodded. Ah Ming nodded slightly, glanced outside, and then said, "You want them to attain Intent Realm?" Yi Xian nodded. "We need more helpers." Ah Ming said solemnly, "I'm afraid they'll escape your control." Yi Xian smiled. "I know what I'm doing." Ah Ming was about to speak when a woman suddenly appeared here. It was the Law of Time. At that moment, the Law of Time had attained Intent Realm as well. The Law of Time said solemnly, "The seal is about to disappear." "It's about to disappear." Yi Xian frowned. "So soon?" The Law of Time nodded. Ah Ming suddenly said, "Let's go take a look." With that, the three of them vanished from the bamboo house. Seeing Yi Xian and the others vanish, the false Intent Realm powerhouses outside looked at each other, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. At that moment, an old man suddenly said, "Everyone, what the young lady said just now is right. We must correct our position and mentality, otherwise, we'll never be able to obtain young Master Ye's help. Moreover, with all due respect, there are many Intent Realm powerhouses around young Master Yi. To him, we can be said to be dispensable. Especially now, we're probably of no value to him. Only by attaining Intent Realm will we be of value to young Master Yi. But the prerequisite is that we first attain Intent Realm." Everyone fell silent. The old man continued, "In any case, the old man is prepared to follow young Master Yi." Many experts in the surroundings had decided in their hearts as well. Yi Xian and the others arrived at the sealed starry sky once more. At the exit of the alternate dimension, Yi Xian noticed that the sword chi left behind by his big brother had become so illusory that it was almost transparent. It was about to disappear. Besides that, the runes left behind by God Yi were becoming fainter and fainter. The seal was about to disappear as well. Ah Ming said in a deep voice, "In a month at most, the seal here will disappear completely. At that time, the alternate dimensional people will be able to enter our universe without fear. A month. Yi Xian's expression was gloomy, and he did not say anything. The law of life suddenly said, "What do you plan to do?" Ming was about to speak, but at that moment, the pitch-black vortex in the distance suddenly trembled violently. Soon, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the black vortex. An alternate dimensional person. Yi Xian and the others looked at the alternate dimensional person, who spoke in a hoarse voice, "God Yi. I heard that you have many backers, is that true?" Yi Xian quickly shook his head. "No. I don't have any backers. I, Yi Xian, have never relied on anyone." Ming glanced at Yi Xian with an odd look on his face. At that moment, the alternate dimensional person said, "We've already investigated you. According to what we know, after you reincarnated, you had a younger sister and a father. The two of them are your biggest backers." Hearing that, Yi Xian was stunned at first, then his expression changed greatly. He said in horror, What are you trying to do? Don't go looking for them. I, Yi Xian, will take responsibility for my actions alone. If you have any problems, come at me. Don't go looking for them, do you hear me?" The alternate dimensional person said indifferently, "It's too late." Yi Xian blinked. The next moment, his expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he roared, "Don't hurt my father and my sister. I beg you, don't hurt them. I beg you." Ming was speechless. P.S. Today is Brother Rong Ruo's birthday. I wish you a happy birthday. I originally wanted to add more chapters, but I really couldn't do anything about it. Recently, I've been studying, and the time I have to write every day is too little. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. I never lie. I'm really studying. End of this chapter. Chapter 1680. Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't my master too good at acting? Looking for the man in green and the woman in plain dress? This master is probably eager for this alien to find them. Ming glanced at Yi Xian. In fact, she was a little impressed by Yi Xian. His acting was too amazing. In the distance, the alien suddenly said, "God Yi, if you don't want them to die, then kill yourself." Kill himself. Evidently, this alien was still afraid of Yi Xian awakening. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Will you let my father and my sister Qing, or go if I kill myself?" The alien replied, "Yes." Yi Xian glanced at the alien. "Why should I believe you?" The alien sneered. "Do you have a choice?" Yi Xian glared at the alien. "I don't believe you." The alien said, "Then wait to collect your father and sister's corpses." Yi Xian said fiercely, "What? Are you a sore loser? Afraid that I'll awaken, you're using my family to threaten me?" The alien said, "What a joke. God Yi, we're your enemies. Why can't we use your family to threaten you?" Yi Xian angrily said, "Despicable." The alien shook his head. "God Yi, I'll give you one last chance. If you kill yourself now, we can let this universe, your father, and your sister go." Yi Xian clenched his fists. His expression was ferocious and he looked extremely furious. At that moment, the alien suddenly said, "Wait to collect their corpses." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The black vortex returned to its calm state. At that moment, Yi Xian's expression also returned to normal. Ming suddenly said, "Will they go find your father and sister?" Yi Xian shrugged. "If this alien's IQ is like this, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of." Ming was speechless. A moment later, the three of them left. The three of them returned to the lakeside hut. At that moment, the pseudo-intent realm experts stood in front of Yi Xian. The old man in the lead respectfully bowed to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, we are willing to follow you. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and the others and smiled. No rush. Think carefully. With that, he brought Ah Ming and Ah Ming into the bamboo hut. Outside the bamboo hut, the old man and the others were stunned. Inside the bamboo hut, Yi Xian and the others sat. Yi Xian looked at the law of time. How about Nian Nian and Tu? Time shook her head. Unable. Yi Xian said, Yi Xian Yi. The time laws of nature nodded. No news at all. Yi Xian's face fell. Why couldn't he contact her? The time law of time suddenly said, you don't have to worry about them. With their strength, few in this universe can hurt them. Yi Lord. Yi Xian said. Don Yi God. Yi. No matter what, try to contact them. Yi Xian said, one more thing. From now on, we will start recruiting. The law of time looked at Yi Xian. Recruiting? Yi Xian nodded. Recruiting the top powerhouses in the universe. God-slaying and pseudo-intent realm experts. The time law asked solemnly, will they come? Yi Xian smiled. He opened his palm, and a great Dao Source crystal appeared in his hand. Use this move. Time said, how many do you have? Yi Xian smiled. Quite a lot. Time said, if there are too many intent realm experts, I'm afraid we will lose control. Ah Ming nodded. Like these people outside. If they all reach intent realm, I'm afraid they will turn against us. At that time, we will suffer a double loss. Yi Xian turned his head and glanced at the pseudo-mentality realm powerhouses outside the door. Let me handle this. Ah Ming looked at Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian said, Ah Ming, help me contact the Undying Imperial Clan. Have their top powerhouses come here. He naturally would not forget the Undying Imperial Clan. With such good resources, he naturally had to prioritize the Undying Imperial Clan. Ah Ming nodded. All right. Yi Xian said, I will go into seclusion for a while. Ah Ming suddenly said, wait. With that, she stood up and disappeared. Soon, she appeared again. This time, there was a woman by her side. Life Law. Her life law had also reached intent realm. Ah Ming looked at Yi Xian. Let her accompany you. Yi Xian smiled. All right. He knew that Ah Ming was afraid those people outside would harm him. Ah Ming stood up. She didn't know that ordinary intent realm experts were utterly helpless against Yi Xian. His drawing technique was entirely capable of killing intent realm experts. Not to mention that these people outside were only at pseudo-intent realm. Of course, if they attacked him together, then he would still be unable to defeat them. There were too many of them. A short while later, Ah Ming and the time laws left. Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta instead. Fortunately, his father hadn't taken Xiao Ta with him. Because Xiao Ta was still very helpful to him right now. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, Xiao Ta, you don't seem to want to go with your father. Xiao Ta chuckled, it's not that I don't want to go with Master. Master wants me to stay and help you. Yi Xian said, help me with what? Xiao Ta spoke with a serious expression, young Master, don't underestimate me. I have trump cards and killer moves. Yi Xian was instantly curious, what trump cards and killer moves? Xiao Ta said, it's a secret. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said again, young Master, really? Think about it. I've been with Master for so many years. Do you think I don't have any killer moves? Yi Xian said, then why were you captured by Xiao Dao? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian smiled, you can't bear to use it? Xiao Ta nodded quickly, yes. I can't bear to use it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and opened his palm. The beast god's arm appeared in his hand. Yi Xian looked at the beast god's arm in his hand. After a long silence, he suddenly put his finger together and a drop of blood fell on the beast god's arm. However, there was no reaction. Yi Xian frowned. Why was there no reaction? Was there not enough blood? Yi Xian was about to pour more blood when a voice suddenly sounded from the beast god's arm, "Don't waste blood." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "Senior beast god?" The voice from the beast god's arm sounded again, "It's me." Yi Xian cupped his fists, "Greetings, senior beast god." The beast god said, "With your current strength, you can't control my strength and the two dragons' strength. If you force it, you might explode and die." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is it that terrifying?" The beast god said, "Not to mention my strength, even the two dragons' strength is difficult for you to control. However, you can try." Yi Xian said with a smile, "All right. Senior, please teach me." At this time, the beast god's arm turned into a black light and entered Yi Xian's arm. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's entire body trembled violently. He felt like his right arm was about to be torn apart, and it was excruciating pain. The beast god's voice sounded again, "Endure it." Yi Xian nodded. Although it was very painful, it was nothing for a body cultivator like him who trained his body. A short while later, the beast god's arm fused completely with Yi Xian's right arm. The beast god said, "Feel it." Yi Xian nodded, and then he suddenly clenched his right hand. In an instant, the two dragons on his right arm suddenly started circling along the beast god's arm. Boom! The entire Xiao Ta trembled. Power! At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely terrifying power in his right arm. Meanwhile, the beast god suddenly said, "This is the strength of the two dragons. You can bring out around 50% of their strength now, 50%. Yi Xian blinked, "Only 50%? The beast god said, "Too little." Yi Xian nodded, "It's a little." The beast god said, "Don't think it's too little. At your current realm, you can bring out 50% of their strength. That's already very terrifying. If you want to bring out their full strength, you need to at least attain the intent realm." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior, how much of your strength can I bring out?" The beast god was silent for a moment, then said, "Not even 10%. Not even 10%. Yi Xian was stunned, then said, "Not even 10%? The beast god laughed, "You don't believe me?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "Senior's strength far exceeds the intent realm?" The beast god laughed, "You can say so." Yi Xian was curious, "Senior, how do you compare to my father?" The beast god was very frank, "I can't beat him. I can't beat him." Yi Xian was about to speak when the beast god said, "Your father is very strong, much stronger than you." Yi Xian's face darkened. The beast god laughed, "Of course, you're still very young." Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, then asked, "Senior, do you know God Yi?" The beast god said, "I don't, but I've heard of his great name." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Name?" The beast god smiled, "Yes, he's a very terrifying person. You might not know this, but he once killed a powerhouse who had surpassed the intent realm. He wiped him out. Wiped out a powerhouse who had surpassed the intent realm." Yi Xian did not say anything. He knew that God Ye's strength was even more terrifying than he imagined. Moreover, even Ah Ming and the others did not fully understand Yi Xian. The beast god said, "In fact, with his strength, it's impossible for the alien race to kill him, but he still fell. There's something fishy about this." At that moment, Yi Xian thought of Dao Yi. Kong Mi had previously investigated and found out that there were 3 reasons for God Ye's fall. The most important reason was Dao Yi. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, Senior, why are you in this armed guard? The beast god smiled, it's a tragic story. It's a long story, so I won't tell you. Yi Xian was speechless. The beast god suddenly said, I have a set of techniques here. Are you interested? Yi Xian quickly asked, what kind of techniques? The beast god said, beast god technique. Yi Xian asked again, is it powerful? The beast god laughed, it's all right. The main thing is that it suits you because you're a physical cultivator. If you use it with the beast god's arm, you'll become even stronger. That's because the beast god technique can greatly increase your strength for a short period of time. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, by how much? The beast god said, at least 5 times. 5 times. Yi Xian was stunned, then immediately said, learn. With the beast god technique, wouldn't his sword drawing technique easily surpass 100 strikes? Chapter 1681. He could stack 100 sword drawing techniques at the moment. Moreover, these 100 sword drawing techniques were enough to pose a lethal threat to an intent realm expert. According to his estimations, if he could stack 130 sword drawing techniques, then he would have a chance to instantly kill an intent realm expert. Before this, it was completely impossible. But now, with the beast god technique, he would have a chance to stack 130 sword drawing techniques. Besides that, he could also borrow the strength of the beast god's arms. Both the beast god's arms and the beast god technique were meant to support the sword drawing techniques. Yi Xian started learning the beast god technique right away. He learned it extremely quickly with the beast god's guidance. During the process of learning the injury method, Yi Xian was slightly shocked. Because he realized that the beast god method was truly too domineering. It wasn't for human studies at all. When he realized this, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Sir, is it really okay for me to learn this? The beast god said, it's fine. Yi Xian said, it isn't for human studies, right? The beast god said, it really isn't for human studies. Yi Xian blinked. Then I'll learn, the beast god laughed. You aren't an ordinary person. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and continued cultivating. One day later, Yi Xian had completely comprehended the beast god technique under the beast god's guidance. The beast god said, try circulating this technique now. Yi Xian nodded, and then he closed his eyes slowly. In an instant, the blood in his body boiled, and then a powerful force surged out from his body like an erupting volcano. At this moment, Xiao Ta was trembling. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, take it easy. Don't cripple me. Yi Xian, the beast god suddenly said, how do you feel? Yi Xian glanced at his hands and said, I feel like my entire body is filled with strength. The beast god said, when the beast god's secret art is combined with the beast god's arm, the power will multiply. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked at his right hand. At this moment, he had a feeling that he could fight Arya head-on. Of course, it couldn't be stronger. Arya's physical strength was definitely the strongest in the world. In terms of physical strength and defense, even the beast god might not be able to beat her. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly left Xiao Ta. Yi Xian arrived at a dead and silent starry sky. There was no life in this part of the starry sky. It was a star field that was dying. Yi Xian looked around and opened his palm. A sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. Sword Spirit. This was left to him by his father before he left. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly circulated the beast god incantation and drew his sword. Buzz! A sword howl suddenly resounded in this part of the starry sky. Boom! As Yi Xian's sword descended, the entire star field started to be annihilated inch by inch. It wasn't just this star field. Even the time dimension of this star field was annihilated. And Yi Xian became extremely weak. Extremely weak. This sword seemed to have sapped all his strength. At this moment, the beast god suddenly said, "The power of your sword technique is very strong." Yi Xian grinned, "I created it myself. It's just average." The beast god was slightly doubtful, "You created it yourself?" Yi Xian nodded. The beast god fell silent for a moment, then said, "I underestimated you." Yi Xian laughed. At this moment, the beast god said, "I was talking about my face." Yi Xian's smile froze. The beast god said, "You didn't use the beast god's arm just now, right?" Yi Xian nodded, "I didn't." The beast god said, "That's right. If you use the beast god's arm, your sword technique should be even stronger. But your body and divine sense will not be able to withstand it." Yi Xian nodded, "That's what I'm worried about. Senior, do you have any way to improve my body and divine sense?" The beast god was silent for a moment, then said, "It's difficult. Because your body was tempered by that little girl's blood. Unless you have a beast's blood stronger than hers, it will be very difficult for you to have a substantial breakthrough." Yi Xian said softly, "That means I've reached a bottleneck." The beast god said, "Yes. You can improve yourself through battle. Find a strong opponent and keep breaking through your limits." Opponent. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned and left. Lakeside, in front of the bamboo house. Yi Xian had just returned to the lakeside when he saw a familiar face. Yasushi Higashi. Yi Xian smiled when he saw Yasushi Higashi. Clan leader. Yasushi Higashi looked Yi Xian up and down, then shook his head, "I can't see through you anymore." Yi Xian smiled, "Clan leader, how many people from my undying imperial clan are here?" Yasushi Higashi said, 6. Yi Xian thought about it, then took out 12 great Tao origin crystals and handed them to Yasushi Higashi. Yasushi Higashi and the others' cultivation levels were on the lower side, so it would be much more difficult for them to break through to intent realm than those pseudo-intent realms. As long as those pseudo-intent realms had no impurities, they were basically just short of great Tao origin chi. Yasushi Higashi and the others were different. They were not pseudo-intent realms. Yasushi Higashi did not refuse and put the great Tao origin crystals away. Yi Xian said, "Clan leader, this was the bamboo house that God Yi left behind. There are many insights about martial arts inside. You can stay here and cultivate. If you encounter any problems, you can ask Ah Ming and the others." Yasushi Higashi nodded, "All right." Meanwhile, an old man outside the door spoke abruptly, "Young Master Yi." The moment they entered the black vortex, Yi Xian and the life law entered a strange transmission channel. Yi Xian looked around, and at this time, the life law suddenly said, "The passage to the other dimensional world was opened by the other dimensional world in the past." Yi Xian said, "Did you have much contact with the other dimensional people?" The life law shook her head, "Master had a lot of contact with them." Saying so, she paused, then said, "There was also Dao Yi." Dao Yi. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In fact, he had another purpose in coming here, and that was to inquire about Dao Yi. In his opinion, Dao Yi should not have had such a miserable ending. Soon, the two completely disappeared at the end of the transmission channel. In an unknown starry sky, the starry sky was deathly silent. This universe was not the one Yi Xian was in. Suddenly, the entire starry sky began to tremble. Gradually, the starry sky began to undulate like boiling water. Soon, several phantoms appeared in the starry sky. These phantoms did not originate from space, but from the time dimension. Other dimensional people. Following the appearance of these people, the time dimension of the starry sky suddenly became stronger, and the space of the starry sky began to be unable to withstand it. That was because the power of these people was too strong. After they appeared, they swept their eyes across their surroundings. In the next instant, they disappeared into the horizon of the starry sky. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had passed through dozens of starfields. Not long after, they stopped. Not far from the end of the starry sky in front of them, there was a woman in a plain dress. That was the purpose of their trip. They were still quite afraid of God Yi, so they wanted to use Yi Xian's close relatives to threaten Yi Xian. Originally, as the seal was not lifted, they could not reach Yi Xian's universe. However, they did not expect that the woman in the plain dress would actually leave that starry sky. From their point of view, this was simply the heavens helping them. At this time, the leader of the other dimensional people suddenly said, "This woman is not particularly weak. We cannot be careless. P.S. Chapter 1682. The plainly dressed woman turned around and looked at the distant alien dimensional people with a calm expression. At this time, the alien dimensional people suddenly appeared several dozen zhang in front of her. The leader of the alien dimensional people said in a hoarse voice, "You are very calm." The plainly dressed woman did not reply. At this time, the leader of the alien dimensional people said, "Woman, why are you so calm?" The plainly dressed woman sized up the leader of the alien dimensional people. Alien dimensional people? The leader of the alien dimensional people nodded. Yes. The plainly dressed woman shook her head. So ugly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly slashed with her sword. Chi. A sword light flashed across the battlefield. On the battlefield, the several extra-dimensional people were directly wiped out. Instant kill. The plainly dressed woman turned around and left. Not long after, the plainly dressed woman disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Following the departure of the plainly dressed woman, the starry sky in the battlefield began to dissipate bit by bit. That sword strike didn't just kill those extra-dimensional people, it even destroyed the entire star domain. Alien dimension. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian and the law of life finally arrived at the alien dimension. Yi Xian looked around. This alternate dimension was indeed a little different from the universe he came from. The structure of the universe space here was very strange. Many spaces overlapped and folded. Visually speaking, it looked a little messy. The law of life looked around and said, "The space of this world is very firm." Yi Xian sensed it. Just as the law of life said, the space here was indeed very firm. Even with his strength, he did not have the confidence to shake this space. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared not far from the two of them. Seeing this woman, Yi Xian's expression sank. He recognized this woman. She was Dao Yi's younger sister, Agu. Agu looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with coldness. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Agu suddenly sneered. "I never thought that a lowly human like you would dare to come to the alien dimension." "You," Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Agu's expression changed. She clenched her right hand and in an instant, she entered the time dimension. However, as Yi Xian slashed down with his sword, bang! Agu's entire person directly flew out upside down. This sword wasn't able to destroy Agu's time dimension, but it was still able to heavily injure him. As soon as Agu stopped, Yi Xian appeared in front of her and grabbed her by the throat. "Where is Dao Yi's real body?" Agu looked at Yi Xian resentfully. "You lowly person." Yi Xian suddenly grabbed him by the throat and slammed him on his knee. Boom! Agu's figure shook violently, and then a miserable and shrill cry resounded. Yi Xian released his hand and stepped on Agu's face, his expression cold. "Where is Dao Yi's main body?" Seeing the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes, Gu was a little afraid. Her instincts told her that the human in front of her would kill her. Right at this moment, Yi Xian slapped Gu on the face. Pa! A slap suddenly resounded in the surroundings. The entire right side of Gu's face swelled up. Yi Xian looked at Gu. I'll ask you one last time, where is Dao Yi's main body? Gu glanced at Yi Xian with slight fear, and then she said in a trembling voice, in Mount Meru. Yi Xian said, take me there. Gu hurriedly nodded, okay. At this moment, the law of life suddenly said, I'm afraid it's a trap. Yi Xian glanced at Gu, it's fine. If it's a trap, then kill her first. Gu, Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian is removed from the position of heir and will be succeeded by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he is crippled or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then do it 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of heir. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. What is your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You are very good. After I become the heir, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. I will go through fire and water for the heir, and I will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Qingcheng, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you butting in for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. This is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, and I am willing to die 10,000 times. Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back." "Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pang! Chapter 1683. They ran away. This was something that none of the other dimensional people expected. They ran away just like that. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded in the field. "Chase! Chase!" In the field, all the other dimensional people suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian was madly running on his flying sword. Dao Yi and the life law had already been absorbed into Xiao Ta's body. At this time, the life law was treating Dao Yi. The life law's complexion was somewhat unsightly. She discovered that after her life force entered Dao Yi's body, it was rejected. Dao Yi's body was already filled with death energy. Not only that, her soul had been sealed by the soul drilling nail, and her life force was unable to treat her soul. Dao Yi suddenly shook her head. It's too late. The life law looked at Dao Yi. He will find a way. Dao Yi softly said, none of you can escape. Just as the life law was about to speak, Yi Xian stopped. Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw that the space in front of him was strangely distorting. They had caught up. At this time, a black-robed man walked out. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I never expected that you would take the initiative to come to my other-dimensional world. Yi Xian looked around. At this time, he was surrounded by countless other-dimensional people. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. Take Dao Yi back. Within the tower, the life law raised her head. No, we have to leave together. Yi Xian shook his head. Be obedient and take her away. The life law solemnly said, she won't last much longer. Won't last much longer. Yi Xian's complexion sank. He directly released Dao Yi. At this time, Dao Yi's soul was extremely weak. Dao Yi suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and smiled. Do you really want to save me? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi asked softly, did you come here to save me? Yi Xian chuckled. What do you think? After a moment of silence, Dao Yi said, I have a way to remove it. Hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly said, what is it? Dao Yi smiled, you can use your sword qi to enter my body, I have my ways. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, really? Dao Yi chuckled, why would I lie to you? Yi Xian nodded. He held Dao Yi's hand and released a sword qi. This sword qi entered Dao Yi's body through her hand. Boom! In an instant, the all spikes in Dao Yi's body shot out. At the same time, Dao Yi's life force was disappearing at a terrifying speed. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. Dao Yi floated up slowly, and a short moment passed before she smiled at Yi Xian, I'll keep everyone here busy for 10 minutes. I can only keep them busy for 10 minutes. You must leave immediately during this period of time without hesitation. Understand? As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her right fist tightly. Bang! A powerful flame suddenly swept out from within her. Soul ignition. She'd chosen to ignite her extremely weak soul. Right at this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Dao Yi, and he gazed at Dao Yi, you lied to me. Dao Yi spoke softly, don't act impulsively. If you don't leave now, then you won't be able to leave even if you want to. As she spoke, she gazed at the life law, take him away. The life law shook its head as well. Dao Yi chuckled, do all of you want me to sacrifice myself for nothing? Yi Xian directly grabbed Dao Yi's hand, and in the next moment, he plunged a sword into Dao Yi's body. Soul-suppressing sword. As soon as soul-suppressing sword entered Dao Yi's body, it directly suppressed Dao Yi's soul. Little soul suddenly said, young lord, I can only suppress her soul for now. After a while, her soul will dissipate. Yi Xian solemnly said, I know. Just as Dao Yi was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily, shut up. Dao Yi blanked, you shouted at me. Yi Xian angrily said, yes, I shouted at you. Dying at the drop of a hat, you're miserable, but are you as miserable as me? Am I? Dao Yi was silent. Yi Xian continued, in order to save me in the life law, you self-destructed again, you're free. But have you ever thought about me and the life law? After a long silence, Dao Yi said, then what do you think we should do now? Yi Xian said, from now on, listen to me, okay? Dao Yi nodded, okay. Yi Xian said, do you have a way to prevent your soul from dissipating? Dao Yi shook his head, no way. Yi Xian angrily said, think of it. Think of it. Dao Yi shook his head again, I can't think of it yourself. Yi Xian was silent. He asked in his heart, Senior Beast God, do you have a way? Beast God was silent for a moment, then said, no. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, the black-robed person not far away suddenly said hoarsely, Yi Xian, do you think we don't exist? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and roared, don't disturb me. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed out. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and arrived in front of the black-robed person. The black-robed person was shocked. Damn, how could this human attack just like that? He didn't even greet us. This is too heartless. Although the black-robed person was angry, his reaction was not slow. The moment Yi Xian attacked, he suddenly punched out. This punch caused the space in front of Yi Xian to directly melt. Along with it, the time dimension also melted. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. Buzz! A sword cry shook the heavens. The moment Yi Xian's sword fell, the space in front of the black-robed person was directly destroyed. Along with it, the black-robed person was also destroyed. In addition, in front of Yi Xian, a large space started to slowly dissipate. Even the space in this alternate dimension couldn't withstand Yi Xian's sword. Because this sword of Yi Xian's was stacked with a total of 100 rays. When this sword descended, it was practically capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The old man's pupils constricted, and he raised his arms in front of him. However, how could he resist Yi Xian's sword attack at the moment? As Yi Xian's sword descended, the old man's arms were directly cut off, but Yi Xian withdrew his sword in time. The old man was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword directly sank into the space between his brows. Boom! The old man's body stiffened on the spot. Then, his body collapsed, leaving behind only his soul. Yi Xian grabbed the old man's soul and appeared in front of Xiao Dao. With a wave of his right hand, the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The soul-suppressing sword directly absorbed the old man's soul before entering Dao Yi's body. Boom! The old man's soul was directly fed back to Dao Yi by the soul-suppressing sword, and after Dao Yi absorbed the old man's soul, his complexion immediately became much better. It worked. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He turned his head to look at the alien dimensional race's experts. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze, the alien dimensional race's experts immediately became vigilant. Because they discovered that they had underestimated the human in front of them. Dao Yi suddenly said, retreat first. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi slightly shook his head, the alien dimensional race's experts are rushing over. You can't fight against the entire alien dimensional race's experts by yourself. Yi Xian nodded, that makes sense. After saying that, he directly stored Dao Yi and the law of life into Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Ta, take them away. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, then said, young master, we will live and die together. Yi Xian said indifferently, then you stay here to resist the alien dimensional race, I will take them away. Xiao Ta said, farewell. After saying that, he directly disappeared into the distant horizon. Yi Xian was stunned, then shook his head, fuck. You really have the spirit of brotherhood. P.S. I don't have the face to face everyone recently, so I don't dare to say too much. Farewell. Chapter 1684. Yi Xian did not leave with Dao Yi and Life Law. That was because the alien dimensional race's experts had arrived. If he did not stay behind to stop them, Dao Yi and Life Law would not be able to escape. Yi Xian looked into the distance. In the horizon, space suddenly split open and an old man slowly walked out. The old man had white hair and wrinkles all over his face. He looked extremely old. Yi Xian looked at the old man and thought, Senior, is this person above intent realm? Beast God said, "Not really." With that, he paused, "But you can't beat him." Yi Xian was puzzled, "Why?" Beast God said, "You can try." Yi Xian smiled, "How about a bet?" Beast God was curious, "What bet?" Yi Xian looked at the approaching white-haired old man, "If I can beat him, what will Senior do?" Beast God asked, "What if you can't?" Yi Xian smiled, "Senior can make a request. I won't refuse if it's within my capabilities." Beast God smiled, "Really?" Yi Xian nodded, "Really?" Beast God laughed, "Sure. If you kill him, I'll also agree to one request of yours." Yi Xian smiled, "All right." Yi Xian looked at the white-haired old man in the distance. He could not sense his aura at all. Although the white-haired old man did not surpass Intent Realm, he was definitely an expert at the peak of Intent Realm. The white-haired old man also looked at Yi Xian, "God Yi?" Yi Xian nodded. Just as the white-haired old man was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger forward. This point directly touched the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Boom! The long sword trembled violently and a powerful force surged out, causing the surrounding space to collapse. However, the white-haired elder did not retreat at all. He forcibly blocked the power of Yi Xian's sword. As for Yi Xian's sword, there were 100 stacked. The white-haired old man looked at Yi Xian. "God Yi, you're much weaker than before." As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted the fingers of his right hand. Boom! Yi Xian was sent flying several thousand zhang away along with his sword. The white-haired old man glanced at Yi Xian's body and said softly, "What a powerful physical body." In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at the sword in his hand and chuckled, "This old man isn't just ordinarily powerful." The beast god said, "You still can't beat him now." Yi Xian smirked. That might not be the case. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the white-haired old man took a step forward and punched. Fight head-on. Yi Xian still drew his sword, but this time, it was not 100 sword-drawing techniques. Instead, it was 130 sword-drawing techniques. That was because this time, he directly used the beast god's arm. The power of the twin dragons converged in his body. As Yi Xian's sword descended, the space within several tens of thousands of zhang immediately collapsed. That sword strike was earth-shattering. In the instant that Yi Xian used the power of the twin dragons, a hint of surprise flashed through the white-haired old man's eyes. However, he did not retract his fist. Boom! A wave of sword light suddenly erupted from the white-haired old man's fist. A powerful force violently shook the surroundings, causing the surrounding dimensional people to immediately retreat. The white-haired old man's body began to tremble violently. That was because his body was starting to be unable to withstand the power of Yi Xian's sword strike. Right at that moment, the white-haired old man suddenly closed his eyes. Yi Xian immediately felt that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. For some reason, the space around him suddenly became strange. The next moment, the old man's fist strangely landed on his abdomen. Boom! Yi Xian was directly sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. After Yi Xian came to a stop, a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the white-haired old man in the distance. At that moment, the white-haired old man was in an extremely strange state. Time. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, what kind of divine ability did he use just now?" The beast god said with a smile, "It's not any divine ability. It's just time reversal. He used the time dimension to suppress you and reverse time. Simply put, he can always be one step faster than you." Unless you can cut off his time dimension or your attainments in time surpass his, you have no chance of defeating him. As for the current you, your attainments in time are simply inferior to his. Moreover, you can't cut off his time dimension with a single strike. Therefore, you can't defeat him. Always one step faster than me. Yi Xian fell silent. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was sufficiently strong, then he would have been dead just now. The white-haired old man was walking slowly towards Yi Xian in the distance. As he moved forward, Yi Xian noticed that the space around him had suddenly started to vanish bit by bit. Moreover, he felt that his time dimension was vanishing as well. He's trying to destroy my time dimension. What a strange ability. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired old man. At this moment, the white-haired old man had already become illusory. Yi Xian frowned because he noticed that his body seemed to be trembling. No, it was disintegrating. Meanwhile, the beast god said, "This old man is using the time dimension to disintegrate your body." Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed. The beast god said, "Kid, what are you doing? Let me tell you, even if you utilize the beast god technique, you won't be able to defeat him." Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and they were completely blood red. The power of bloodline. After Yi Xian activated the power of bloodline, Yi Xian immediately utilized the beast god technique once more. Bang! The space around Yi Xian collapsed and was obliterated. It couldn't endure his strength at all. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all. He just drew his sword and slashed. It was an overlapped sword-drawing technique. This slash caused the space and time dimension in an area of over 30 kilometers to be destroyed. As for the white-haired old man, he retreated explosively. He retreated several tens of thousands of feet. At the instant he stopped, his physical body collapsed, and only his soul remained. Meanwhile, Yi Xian clenched his fist towards the white-haired old man from afar. Bang! The white-haired old man's soul seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and it floated away once more. Soul attack. This was a new technique that Yi Xian had learned in the Heaven Opening clan. This technique was simply too awesome to deal with people with weak souls. At this moment, the white-haired old man's soul was very weak. That was because Yi Xian's sword had not only destroyed his body, but also heavily injured his soul. Yi Xian didn't kill the white-haired old man right away. Instead, he stored the white-haired old man's soul. The other dimensional people in the distance were dumbfounded. He was killed just like that? At this time, the beast god sighed softly. Your power of bloodline is really overbearing. Yi Xian smiled. It's all thanks to Senior's beast god technique. If it wasn't for Senior's beast god technique, I wouldn't have been able to kill this person just by relying on my power of bloodline. The beast god said, everything about the other dimensional people is good, but they focus too much on cultivating the time dimension. Once you break their time dimension, they will be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xian nodded. He had also discovered that the other dimensional people weren't that scary. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could break their time dimension. Yi Xian didn't continue to attack. He turned around and left. His top priority now was to save Dao Yi. At this time, a golden light flew over from afar. Seeing this golden light, Yi Xian's expression sank. It was Xiao Ta. Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Ta, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take them away? Xiao Ta smiled awkwardly. Young master, I can't bear to part with you. I want to live and die with you. If you don't leave, I definitely won't leave. Yi Xian's face darkened. Speak human language. Xiao Ta smiled bitterly. Young master, we can't leave. The way back has disappeared. Disappeared? Yi Xian frowned. At this time, Law of Life and Dao Yi appeared beside Yi Xian. Dao Yi said in a low voice, "Our clansmen have moved the way back. Now, we can't go back." Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian. "What should we do?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He opened his palm, and the white-haired old man's soul appeared in it. The white-haired old man's consciousness had been erased. This was a pure soul. Yi Xian gave it to Dao Yi. "Absorb." Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "Can I not absorb it?" Yi Xian was expressionless. "Because he's your clansman?" Dao Yi nodded. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, "You're an idiot." Law of Life looked at Yi Xian in shock. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian was furious. "You and God Yi are both super idiots." At this time, Xiaofan suddenly said, "Young master, God Yi is you." Yi Xian said angrily, "I'll scold him. Not only will I scold him, but I'll also hit him." With that said, he slapped himself in the face. The sound of the slap was extremely loud. Xiaofan trembled. "Young master. I don't understand what you're doing." Dao Yi lowered his head slightly. "Don't scold me." Yi Xian said angrily, "I'll scold him. God Yi is a super idiot. He clearly has invincible strength, but he still chose to die. Is it because he can't defeat the aliens? He could do it. If he can defeat them, why choose to die? Just because of you? Damn it, this idiot. Does he think letting you kill him is because he loves you? I love his ancestors. And you, Dao Yi. You betrayed God Yi for your sister and your people, then blamed yourself. Then, you betrayed your people for me. Damn it, is there something wrong with your brain? Or do you think this is fun? Can't you be a little more firm? What you're doing is putting me and the aliens in an awkward position. Do you know that?" Dao Yi did not say anything. Yi Xian looked at the soul in his hand, then shook his head and smiled. "Dao Yi, why did I come to this place? Do you think I'm here to play? I'm here to save you. And now, you're telling me that the aliens are your people. Then what am I to you?" After saying that, he took out a dagger and handed it to Dao Yi. "Since you said that the alien dimensional people are your clansmen, then I'm now your enemy. Come, stab this dagger into my heart. This way, your clansmen will be able to rest easy." Dao Yi's body began to tremble. Yi Xian suddenly roared, "Come on. Just like how you killed God Yi back then. Now, as long as you make a move, your people will win." Chapter 1685. Hearing Yi Xian's words, tears welled up in Dao Yi's eyes. "It hurts." At that moment, Dao Yi's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Yi Xian's words were truly heart-wrenching. At the side, Life Law glanced at Yi Xian and was about to speak, but was glared at by Yi Xian. Life Law was speechless. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. He did not speak, but his tears continued to flow. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the horizon. Yi Xian looked up and saw a woman slowly walking over from the horizon. The woman wore a crown on her head and held a folding fan in her hand. Seeing that woman, Dao Yi's expression sank. "It's the military advisor." "Military advisor?" Yi Xian frowned. She seemed to be a formidable figure. At that moment, Dao Yi said, "She's the brains of our alien race. You must be careful." "You," Yi Xian glanced at Dao Yi. "What does my life and death have to do with you?" Dao Yi was speechless. At that moment, Beast Deity also said, "Kid, this person is not simple. You must be careful." Yi Xian thought to himself, surpassing intent realm? Beast deity said, "It's not as simple as surpassing intent realm. It's not as simple as surpassing intent realm." Yi Xian's expression sank. In the sky, the woman walked over to Yi Xian's group. She sized up Yi Xian and smiled. "God Yi." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Yi Xian." The woman smiled. "Indeed. The current you is Yi Xian, not God Yi." Yi Xian held his sword in his left hand and was about to strike first. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, don't attack because you can't kill me. If you make a move, you will only waste our time." Yi Xian looked at the woman. The woman smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, if you want to make a move, you can wait. Right now, I want to talk to you." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What do you want to talk about?" The woman blinked. "Let's talk about our future." Yi Xian was silent. The woman continued, "I sent someone to look for your younger sister, the woman in the plain dress." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He looked at the woman and asked, "And?" The woman smiled. "The people I sent are all dead." Yi Xian said nothing. The woman said softly, "She's stronger than I expected." No, I should say that her strength might not be weaker than God Yi back then. At that point, she looked at Yi Xian. "She's not weaker than God Yi. Young Master Yi, do you think I underestimated her or overestimated her?" Yi Xian said calmly, "I don't know." The woman smiled and said, "It seems that I've underestimated her." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You deliberately sent someone to look for her to figure out her strength." The woman smiled. "What else could I do?" Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Did you figure it out?" The woman blinked. "Young Master Yi, do you know why I'm talking to you here? It's because I found out that the woman behind you is not simple. Otherwise." She waved her folding fan gently. "You'll die if I do that. Of course, I know that there's a powerful existence inside your arm guard, but he seems very weak right now. So, if I want to kill you now, it should be a very simple matter." Yi Xian's heart trembled. The other party had discovered Senior Beast God's existence. The woman suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, since there's such a powerful existence behind you, I don't think there's a need for us to fight to the death. We can talk. After all, we didn't kill anyone from you, so there's no deep hatred between us. What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled. "What do you want to talk about, miss?" The woman said, "Yueya. Young Master can call me Yueya. This is the name I gave myself based on you humans. Yueya." Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "Miss Yueya, what do you want to talk about?" Yueya smiled. "Young Master Yi, we, the alien race, need the great Tao origin, which is your constitution. As for your constitution, it seems to have been sealed. We can help you unseal it for free. Of course, after the seal is unsealed, I hope that young Master Yi can join our alien race. As long as young Master Yi is willing to join our alien race, we will definitely not treat young Master Yi unfairly." Yi Xian smiled. "Can you give me something practical?" Yi Xian sneered in his heart. "This woman still wants to trick me. Damn it, who does she think he, Yi Xian, is?" Yueya's smile became more and more brilliant. "Young Master Yi, what benefits do you want?" Yi Xian smiled. "What can Miss Yueya give me?" Yueya looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, if you join our alien race and provide us with the great Tao origin, your position in our alien race will be second only to the Patriarch. Not only that, our alien race will also do its best to help young Master Yi improve himself." Yi Xian said, "I only need to be responsible for converting the Xian Qi." Yueya smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. I think Miss Yueya must have some other request. What do you think? Yueya looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said with a smile, I do have a small request. That is, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, young Master Yi must hand over a part of your soul and a part of your consciousness to our alien race. Of course, we definitely won't harm young Master Yi. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Dao Yi suddenly said, You can't. Yueya looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi said in a deep voice, If you hand over a part of your soul and a part of your soul to the alien race, you will be under our control for the rest of your life. Some of them looked at Dao Yi. Does it have anything to do with you? Dao Yi said angrily, Do you have to be so stingy? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not stingy. Dao Yi, can you confirm your position first? Dao Yi was silent. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. You're not saying anything. Fine. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Saying so, he looked at Yueya. Miss Yueya, I feel that your request is not unacceptable. However, I have to go back and discuss it with my people. Do you think it's okay? At this time, a voice suddenly came from beside Yueya. He's looking for an excuse to slip away. Yueya slapped him with the back of her hand. Pa! A alien race person was sent flying. Yueya coldly looked at the alien race person who was sent flying. Nonsense. How could young Master Yi be that kind of person? Saying so, she turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Right? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yueya, I definitely have to go back and discuss such a big matter. What do you think? Yueya nodded. Of course. Since that's the case, young Master Yi can go back. Yi Xian blinked. Then I'll be going. Yueya smiled. Go. No one will stop young Master Yi. Yi Xian glanced at the law and Dao Yi. Let's go. Saying so, he turned around and left. At this time, Yueya suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, Dao Yi won't be going back with you. She's a alien race person, so of course she has to stay with them. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression sank. Damn it. It really wasn't that simple. Yueya looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, you can go. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi said in a deep voice, You can go. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. They're using you to threaten me. Tell me, what should I do? Dao Yi shook his head. I won't let them have their way. Yi Xian sneered. What? You want to die again? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian stared at Dao Yi. Dao Yi, I'm not God Yi. I won't be indecisive. Now, I want you to answer me. Will you come with me, or will you stay with the alien race? If you're willing to come with me, I'll help you kill our way out. If we can't, we'll die here together. If you choose to stay with the alien race, then everything between us will be written off. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything. Kill our way out. At the side, Yueya looked at Dao Yi and smiled without saying anything. Yi Xian continued, If you choose to stay with the alien race, don't say that it's for my own good. I, Yi Xian, don't need that kind of good. Understand? Dao Yi slowly closed her eyes. Yi Xian did not say anything else and waited for Dao Yi to make her decision. If Dao Yi really decided to stay with the alien race, Yi Xian would not care about her anymore. He meant what he said. Law of Life also glanced at Dao Yi. She knew that Yi Xian was different from the previous God Yi. If Dao Yi chose to stay with the alien race, then Yi Xian would definitely cut off all relations with Dao Yi. Dao Yi kept silent for a long while. Then she suddenly looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, if only you had said the same thing back then." After saying that, she walked to Yi Xian's side. "From now on, I'll go with you, regardless of life or death." Yi Xian laughed. He grabbed Dao Yi's hand and turned to look at Yueya. "Miss Yueya, I want to leave with Dao Yi." Yueya shook her head. "I won't allow it." Yi Xian laughed. "Do I need your permission?" After saying that, he directly stored Dao Yi and Law of Life into the prison pagoda. Yi Xian opened his palm and a sheathed longsword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he rushed out and slashed with his sword. 100 sword drawing techniques. One slash shook the heavens and earth. In the distance, Yueya smiled slightly. She held the folding fan in her hand and pointed forward. Boom! This point directly hit the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Rumble! The long sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently. Then, he was sent flying backward. He was sent flying thousands of feet away. Yueya looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, you said you wanted to kill your way out. But now I think you can't." In the distance, Yi Xian looked at Yueya and said, "You don't mind if I call for help, right?" Yueya narrowed her eyes. "You can try." Yi Xian opened his palm and a Xiao Ta appeared in his hand. Looking at Xiao Ta, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ta, show me your trump card." Xiao Ta fell silent. Yi Xian's face sank. "Don't play dead." Xiao Ta didn't respond. Yi Xian's face darkened. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master. I have diarrhea. I can't talk anymore. You're on your own." Yi Xian. P.S. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I was first in the monthly votes. Chapter 1686. Xiao Ta directly ran into Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's face immediately sank. "Damn it, this Xiao Ta is really unreliable." Opposite Yi Xian, Crescent Moon smiled. "Young Master Yi, why aren't you calling for help?" Yi Xian looked at Crescent Moon. The corner of Crescent Moon's mouth raised slightly. "I know young Master Yi still has some trump cards. Young Master Yi can display them and let me have a look." Saying that, she paused for a moment, then said, "I also know that young Master Yi is good at scheming. If young Master Yi has any plans, you can also display them." Yi Xian looked around. At this moment, he was surrounded by the other dimensional people. He was already surrounded. Kill his way out? That wasn't very realistic. At this time, Soul's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young master, I can't suppress Sister Dao Yi's soul any longer." Hearing this, Yi Xian's face immediately sank. In the distance, Crescent Moon blinked. "But Dao Yi can't hold on any longer." Saying that, she lightly tapped the fan beside her, and a chair appeared. She sat on the chair and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, I can hold on, but can you?" Yi Xian smiled. "Since you won't let me go, then I'll stay." As his voice fell, his smile gradually became sinister, and the blood in his body began to boil. Gradually, his body turned blood red. Bloodline power. The moment the bloodline power was activated, Yi Xian directly operated the Beast God technique. Boom! A powerful force swept out from his body, and the surrounding space began to tremble. Crescent Moon looked at Yi Xian, and her smile gradually disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned into a blood-red sword light and disappeared. Crescent Moon didn't get up. Instead, she closed her fan and pointed forward. This point directly hit a sword light. Boom! The sword light instantly exploded, but Crescent Moon immediately retreated 1,000 feet away. After repelling the Crescent Moon, Yi Xian didn't chase after it. Instead, he turned around and slashed at a different dimensional person on his right. Before that person could react, Yi Xian's sword slashed through his body. As for his soul, it was directly absorbed by Yi Xian into Xiao Ta's body. This time, Dao Yi did not refuse and directly absorbed it. Yi Xian wanted to attack again after beheading a different dimensional being. But right at this time, the crescent moon suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian subconsciously blocked it with his sword. Boom! Yi Xian was directly shaken to the point of retreating rapidly. Crescent Moon looked at Yi Xian. All of you, step down. Upon hearing Yueya's words, the experts of the other dimension withdrew one after another. Yi Xian looked at Yueya. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yueya's mouth. She suddenly put away her fan, rushed forward, and pointed her finger. The space where her finger landed suddenly split open, along with Yi Xian's sword light. Boom! The strange space where the two of them were was directly destroyed. The strength of the two of them was too strong, so strong that even the space of the other dimension couldn't withstand it. After his first attack failed, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and fiercely slashed again. This time, he didn't hold back in the slightest. 130 sword drawing techniques. The instant he slashed out, Yueya's eyes narrowed, and a trace of graveness flashed through the depths of her eyes. She turned her right hand into a palm and lightly blocked the attack. A strange power quietly condensed in her palm. The power of the time dimension. At this time, the sword fell. Boom! Yueya instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet, and the space within tens of thousands of feet was directly turned into nothingness by Yi Xian's sword. After forcing Yueya back, Yi Xian didn't attack again. He immediately turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Just as Yueya was about to chase after him, a voice suddenly rang out. Let him go. Yueya slightly wrinkled her brows. She turned her head and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking over from not far away. Si Jing. The great elder of the other dimension race. His status was second only to the patriarch. Yueya lowered her head and looked at her palm. There was a deep sword mark there. Yueya lightly laughed. This person has just entered the deity realm, but his combat strength is already enough to injure me. After saying that, she looked at Si Jing. If I don't kill him now, he will definitely become a disaster in the future. Si Jing looked into the distance with a calm expression. The people you sent to find the plain-dressed woman have all died, right? Yueya nodded. Yes. Si Jing said, how did you evaluate her strength? Yueya thought for a moment, then said, she's not weaker than God Yi back then. She might be stronger than I expected. Of course, she might also be weaker. Si Jing softly said, she's stronger than God Yi. Yueya frowned slightly. Why do you say so? Si Jing said, why hasn't this child awakened yet? Hearing that, Yueya's pupils suddenly shrank. He's been suppressed. Si Jing nodded. Yueya was silent. Yueya was suppressed. Wasn't it obvious who was stronger and who was weaker? Si Jing softly said, back then, our clan misjudged God Ye's strength, causing our clan to suffer heavy losses. This time, we can't make the same mistake again. Yueya suddenly said, I have an idea. Si Jing said, speak. Yueya smiled. Inform the Yi clan. Yi clan. Si Jing frowned slightly. Why? The corners of Crescent Moon's mouth curled up. What the Yi clan did back then was not ordinary. If they knew that the person they wanted to kill hadn't completely disappeared, do you think they would be able to endure it? Si Jing, I can't bear it. But. Crescent Moon smiled and said, are you worried that the Leaf clan will harm our alien race? Si Jing nodded. Crescent Moon shook her head. Don't worry. If the Leaf Clan still cared about him, they wouldn't have helped us back then, nor would they have forced him to his death. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the Yi clan and God Yi. As she spoke, she raised her head to look at the horizon and said softly, actually, there's something that I still don't understand. It's not an exaggeration to say that God Yi is unprecedented. Why did the Yi clan of Eternal Life World not only expel him from Eternal Life World, but also kill him? Si Jing whispered, maybe it's because he's too monstrous. Crescent Moon looked at Si Jing. Si Jing said, wasn't Yi Xian like this in the Yi clan back then? If he's too outstanding, he will break some balance and even threaten the status of some people. Just like the emperor in the secular world, if the crown prince is too outstanding, can the emperor bear it? Crescent Moon nodded. Indeed. Si Jing said again, don't inform the Yi clan for the time being. Crescent Moon looked at Si Jing. Si Jing said, there are 3 reasons. First, although the plain-dressed woman is strong, she shouldn't be able to crush our clan. Second, if we inform the Yi clan now, once we kill Yi Xian, who will the great Dao body belong to? Our clan will not be able to compete with the Yi clan of Eternal Life World. Third, as far as I know, although God Yi was expelled from Eternal Life World, he was the most monstrous person in the clan back then, and he had many supporters. Back then, when he was expelled from Eternal Life World, his 19 subordinates were dissatisfied and rebelled on the spot. And these 19 people actually had hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the Yi clan. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. At that time, although the Yi clan was suppressed, it also made the Yi clan fall from the number 1 clan in Eternal Life World to number 2. Crescent Moon was a little emotional. Such an outstanding person ended up like this. Si Jing nodded. Although the Yi clan eliminated many of God Ye's people back then, it's hard to guarantee that some of them are still hiding. In addition, according to my investigation back then, God Yi was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Hera clan. Now, the eldest daughter of the Hera clan has become the second most powerful person in the Hera clan. Crescent Moon said, it's just a marriage contract. Moreover, the marriage between the big clans is all for the benefit. Now that God Yi is no longer the young master of the Yi clan, I'm afraid the Hera clan will no longer recognize it. However, Si Jing shook his head. No. When God Yi was trapped in the Yi clan, the eldest daughter of the Hera clan personally led people to the Yi clan to rescue him. As far as I know, part of the reason why God Yi was able to escape unscathed back then was because of the eldest daughter of the Hera clan. At that time, the eldest daughter of the Hellion clan actually summoned the soul of the Hellion clan's ancestor for God Yi. Obviously, the eldest daughter of the Hera clan is not just interested in God Yi. Although the Hera clan is only the 3rd largest clan in Eternal Life World, if she still has feelings for God Yi, it will be disadvantageous to us. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. Let's deal with Yi Xian and the plain-dressed woman first. If the plain-dressed woman's strength exceeds our expectations by too much, then we'll inform the Yi clan. If the Yi clan wants to completely destroy God Yi, they must kill Yi Xian. If they want to kill Yi Xian, they must fight against the plain-dressed woman. At that time, even if we can't obtain God Ye's great Dao body, we can still take over the universe outside. The spiritual energy of the entire universe is enough to support our alien race for at least 10,000 years. Crescent Moon nodded. That's fine. Si Jing suddenly said, how long until the seal comes into contact? Crescent Moon said, at most half a month. Si Jing asked again, do you know where the plain-dressed woman is now? Crescent Moon said in a deep voice, she should be in the ruins of God by now. Si Jing frowned slightly. What is she doing there? Crescent Moon shook her head. I don't know. This person is too strong. Our people don't dare to approach and can only follow from afar. Si Jing was silent for a moment, then said, I'll go meet her. I must first figure out her strength. Crescent Moon thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, be careful. Si Jing chuckled. Don't worry. Even if I can't beat this woman, if I want to leave, even 10 of her won't be able to stop me. His words were filled with confidence. With his current strength, he could not be said to be invincible in the world, but if he did not continue fighting, apart from that abnormal place, eternal life world, there were not many people in this world who could stop him. After a moment, Si Jing disappeared. Crescent Moon turned and looked into the distance. After a long time, she chuckled. Yi Xian, Yi Xian, I'm afraid your backer is unreliable. After saying that, she turned and left. Under the guidance of Beast God, Yi Xian found a way out and left the alternate dimension. After returning to the sealed starry sky, Yi Xian immediately released Dao Yi. At this moment, Dao Yi was still abnormally weak. The damage caused by the soul-drilling nail was too great. If not for the soul-suppressing sword and the souls of the 2 intent realm experts, Dao Yi would already be dead. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior Beast God, do you have any way? Beast God was silent for a long time. There is one way, but I don't know if you are willing to do it. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Senior, please say it. Beast God said, Soul complementation. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he said, Dual cultivation? The Beast God was silent for a long time. You old pervert. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1687. The beast deity was helpless. I was talking about soul complementation and you actually thought of dual cultivation. Was there any ambiguity in my words? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I misunderstood. The beast deity said calmly, misunderstood? I think you really want to dual cultivate. Yi Xian immediately put on a straight face, Senior, please don't spout nonsense. I, Yi Xian, am not that kind of person. The beast deity said, you are a beast. Yi Xian, the beast god continued, let's get back to the main topic. Soul complementation is to use your soul to nourish hers. Simply put, it's equivalent to a fusion of souls. Under such circumstances, her soul will be nourished, but you will become weaker. Yi Xian said, then it's fine. Let's begin. The beast deity continued, let me finish first. Yi Xian nodded, speak. The beast deity said, if your soul is fused with hers, nourishing her, something miraculous will happen between your 2 souls. She may know some of your inner thoughts. Of course, you will also be able to know some of her inner thoughts. To put it simply, the 2 of you are treating each other with sincerity and sincerity. Both of you will know how she treats you and how you treat her. Not only that, when she absorbs your soul will become weak. If she is greedy, she can completely devour your soul. Yi Xian was somewhat hesitant. The beast deity chuckled, are you afraid? Yi Xian laughed, what am I afraid of? As he spoke, he looked at Dao Yi, I have a way to save you. Soul complementation. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian, soul complementation? Yi Xian nodded. His soul left his body and entered Dao Yi's body. Dao Yi was dumbfounded. At this moment, the beast deity suddenly asked, why did you enter her body? Yi Xian was somewhat confused, soul complementation? Isn't that entering her body? The beast deity was somewhat speechless, brother, who said soul complementation requires you to enter her body? Her soul could leave her body. What were you thinking when you entered a girl's body? Yi Xian's face darkened. Senior, you didn't even make it clear. The beast god said, you didn't even ask me. Brat, your thoughts are not pure. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian quickly left Dao Yi's body because he sensed something unspeakable in Dao Yi's body. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Hurry up and eject your soul. Our souls will fuse together. Dao Yi smiled. Do you know what it means to fuse our souls together? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Dao Yi blinked. Are you still willing? Yi Xian laughed and said, cut the crap. Let's start. Dao Yi was silent for a moment before she ejected her soul. Under the guidance of the beast deity, their souls started to fuse together. When their souls fused together, both of them couldn't stay calm anymore. Especially Yi Xian. Because he could clearly feel everything about Dao Yi. It was even scarier than water and milk. Why was it scarier? Because in this state, both of them could see each other with sincerity. There were no secrets between them. Just like that, Dao Yi started to absorb Yi Xian's soul bit by bit. Dao Yi didn't absorb too much because if she did, it would cause irreparable damage to Yi Xian's soul. Yi Xian didn't probe too much into Dao Yi's past. Mutual respect was still necessary. If he wanted to, he could find out about Dao Yi. But he didn't do that. About 2 hours later, Dao Yi stopped and looked at Yi Xian. It's done. Yi Xian asked in his heart, Senior, is it done? The beast deity said, it's done. How do you feel now? Yi Xian said, I feel a little weak. The beast deity said, that's normal. You just need to recuperate for a while. As for this girl, she's fine for now. However, you still need to find some soul-related supplements for her. When's the soul all of a intent realm expert? Yi Xian nodded. All right. With that, his soul returned to his body. Dao Yi's soul returned to her body as well. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi and asked, how do you feel now? Dao Yi nodded slightly. Much better. Yi Xian turned to look at the whirlpool behind him and said, I'm afraid the seal won't last for more than half a month. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and asked, where are your father and sister? Yi Xian said, they're gone. Dao Yi asked gravely, can you contact them? Yi Xian smiled. I'll take care of the rest myself. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Yi Xian hesitated and said, the bad news first. Dao Yi said gravely, do you know why you died all those years ago? Yi Xian shook his head. Dao Yi looked at him and said softly, a mysterious power intervened that year. I've investigated this power before. It's the Yi clan of Elysium. Yi Xian frowned. Elysium? What the hell is this? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, Elysium is a very scary place. There's a very scary spiritual qi there. It's the qi of eternal life. This qi can give you eternal life. Yi Xian blinked. Eternal life? Are you sure? Dao Yi nodded. It said that the qi of eternal life can give you eternal life. But. With that, she looked at Yi Xian and said, it said that the qi of eternal life is not endless. Yi Xian, Dao Yi said gravely, the bad news I told you just now is that the previous master came from Elysium, and he was expelled. When Master fought against the alien dimensional race, the Yi clan appeared. At that time, Master talked to them. Later, for some reason, Master chose to die. With that, she looked at Yi Xian and said, when I killed him, he didn't resist at all. He said that he didn't blame me for dying in my hands. Yi Xian said gravely, why didn't the Yi clan exterminate all of us? Dao Yi shook her head. It's not that they didn't exterminate all of us, but they didn't expect that samsara could send you into samsara by force. At that time, you were really dead. However, Samsara used the rules you set in this universe and forcefully used them to send you into reincarnation. She deceived everyone. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Have you found her?" Dao Yi nodded. "Found her. But just like you, she didn't awaken." Yi Xian asked. "Who?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said, "Are you sure you want to know?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course." Dao Yi said gravely, "It's Yi Ling." Yi Ling. Yi Xian was stunned. Dao Yi said gravely, "After she reincarnated, she chose to be by your side to accompany you. But just like you, she didn't awaken." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Dao Yi said. Looking at Yi Xian, he asked, "What do you plan to do?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Ling is my little sister. Nothing can change this." Dao Yi nodded slightly. Yi Xian said, "Will the Yi clan still come to find me?" Dao Yi nodded. "Definitely. Because for a big clan like them, they will definitely eliminate the root of the problem. Especially you, as the most monstrous person in the past, they won't let you live." Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. "I haven't even dealt with the alien dimension yet, and now there's the Yi clan. Are they really going to force an innocent girl to become a prostitute?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "Force an innocent girl to become a prostitute?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. "What I mean is, I really want to rely on myself. I don't want to rely on my father or my little sister." Dao Yi said gravely, "They might not be particularly afraid of your father and your little sister. This kind of powerful clan is extremely arrogant. They don't even care about ordinary people. By the time they take your father and your little sister seriously, it's already too late. However, I'm afraid your father and your little sister won't interfere in your matters. So, you have to think of a way to deal with this Yi clan that might appear at any time." Yi clan. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. "What kind of sin have I committed? I haven't even dealt with one enemy, and now there's a new one." Saying so, he looked at Dao Yi. "I don't want to work hard anymore." "Really?" Dao Yi, at this time, Yi Xian was indeed somewhat annoyed. He hadn't dealt with the alien clan yet, and now there was this Yi clan. How could he live like this? Most importantly, he hadn't done anything, but the Yi clan wanted to kill him. Was he born with hatred? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Is there some good news?" Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian. "There is good news." Yi Xian was somewhat curious. "What good news?" Dao Yi said gravely, "The good news is that the alien clan might want to monopolize your great Dao body, so they won't contact the Yi clan for the time being." Yi Xian said gravely, "This is the good news?" Dao Yi nodded. "As long as they don't contact the Yi clan for the time being, we will have more time. This extra time is our opportunity." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Who is the strongest of the alien clan?" Dao Yi thought for a moment, then said, "It should be the patriarch. However, I don't know much about the background of the alien clan. In the past, when Master fought with them, the alien clan had many unprecedented experts." Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Forget it. Our top priority now is to cultivate those pseudo-intent realm experts into intent realm. Let's go." With that, the three of them disappeared on the spot. In the starry sky, a man was shuttling through the starry sky. This man was Si Jing. About half an hour later, Si Jing stopped. At this time, he had entered the legendary ruins of God. This was a wasteland. The entire starry sky was in ruins, and there were broken walls everywhere. Si Jing glanced around, then continued forward. Not long after, he saw a woman in the center of the ruins. A woman in a plain dress. At this time, the woman in a plain dress was playing chess with a white-haired woman. The white-haired woman looked at the chessboard in front of her, lost in thought. Si Jing looked at the woman in a plain dress. After a moment, he smiled lightly and said, I heard that you only use one sword to kill people. Don't disappoint me. After saying that, he walked towards the woman in a plain dress. Chapter 1688. As the white-haired woman fell into deep thought, the entire starry sky suddenly quietened down. Si Jing walked close to the two women, but the two women did not even look at him, directly ignoring him. Si Jing looked at the chessboard. There were less than 5 pieces on the chessboard. Each person had only made a few moves. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly gave up. I lost. Lost. At the side, Si Jing was stunned. Wasn't it just a few moves? How did he lose? The plain-dressed woman stood up and was about to leave, when the white-haired woman suddenly said, the moment I placed my piece, I already lost, right? The plain-dressed woman shook her head. The white-haired woman was stunned. The plain-dressed woman said, the moment you asked me to play chess with you, you already lost. The white-haired woman stared at the plain-dressed woman. You have never lost? The plain-dressed woman glanced at the white-haired woman. Have you ever seen me lose? The white-haired woman, the plain-dressed woman turned and left. The white-haired woman looked at the plain-dressed woman. 2 moves. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. The white-haired woman frowned slightly. Why? The plain-dressed woman did not turn her head. You are not my opponent. The white-haired woman, at this moment, Si Jing suddenly laughed. Your tone is a bit too arrogant. At this moment, the white-haired woman suddenly swung her hand and slapped him. Pa! Before Si Jing could react, his body directly exploded, leaving only his soul. Si Jing was stunned. The white-haired woman glanced at Si Jing. I am talking to a senior, an ant-like person like you dares to interrupt? An ant-like person? Si Jing felt like he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. I am an ant-like person in this woman's eyes? Did she say anything wrong? Of course not. I can't even take a single blow. If I am not an ant-like person, then what am I? This is not the point. The point is that this terrifying white-haired woman actually called the plain-dressed woman senior. In other words, this plain-dressed woman is stronger than the white-haired woman? Si Jing suddenly felt a bit scared. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman suddenly stopped. She glanced at the ruins. There was a battle here? The white-haired woman nodded. Yes. The woman said, You've lost. The white-haired woman nodded. Defeated. The plain-dressed woman suddenly drew a line with her finger, and a phantom appeared not far away from the white-haired woman. This phantom was Yi Xian. The white-haired woman looked at the plain-dressed woman. What do you mean? The woman in the plain dress said, If he comes here one day, don't make things difficult for him. The white-haired woman nodded. Sure. The woman in the plain dress walked into the distance. The white-haired woman wanted to say something but hesitated. Meanwhile, the woman in a plain dress in the distance suddenly said, If you're trapped in your heart, how can you stand up again if you don't break through it? The white-haired woman's pupils suddenly constricted when she heard this, and she slowly clenched her fists tightly. After a long time, she suddenly started laughing. He trapped himself in his heart. As it turned out, he had already entered a demonic barrier. The white-haired woman raised her head and looked into the distance. At this moment, the plainly dressed woman had already disappeared. The white-haired woman suddenly opened her palm, and a powerful force spread out from her palm. As this power spread out, the surrounding space began to dissipate bit by bit. Even the time dimension was disappearing. Mo-Ku divine power. At this moment, Si Jing, who was not far away, suddenly exclaimed, You're the immortal world's goddess Mo-Ku. The white-haired woman turned her head and glanced at Si Jing. You know me. Seeing the white-haired woman admit it, Si Jing's body began to tremble. Goddess Mo Ku. She was known as the strongest person in the immortal world back then. And the Mo Ku god clan was even more so. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page, the number 1 clan in the immortal world. However, for some unknown reason, the Mo Ku god clan disappeared overnight, and the entire immortal world no longer had the Mo Ku god clan. The reason why he knew about the Mo Ku god clan was because he went to the immortal world to investigate God Yi. He didn't expect to meet the strongest person in the immortal world back then here. Goddess Mo Ku. She was an invincible person in the world back then. And at this moment, such an invincible person actually called the woman in the plain dress senior? Si Jing immediately turned around and ran. This news must be brought back to the alien race. He underestimated the woman in the plain dress. He greatly underestimated her. This Yi Xian was not God Yi, but someone with a powerful backer. At this moment, Goddess Mo Ku suddenly waved her right hand. Boom! In the distance, Si Jing was directly erased. My clan is in danger. This was the last thought in Si Jing's mind. Lakeside, Bamboo House. At this moment, more than 460 pseudo-intent realm experts were breaking through to intent realm. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed. At this moment, he was thinking back to his fight with Yuya. He discovered that there was still a large gap between him and an expert like Yuya. If not for the power of his bloodline and the beast god's secret art, it would be difficult for him to fight against her with just the sword-drawing technique. His strength was still not enough. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. He hadn't even dealt with the alien race, and now the immortal world's Yi clan had appeared. This was asking for his life. Yi Xian got up and walked to the lakeside. He opened his palm, and a token appeared in his hand. Swordmaster's token. This was left behind by his father before he left. According to Kongmi, as long as he used this token, the alien race was nothing but an ant. Should I use it? Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, then put away the Swordmaster's token. If he called for help whenever he encountered a little difficulty, he would never be able to surpass his father and Qing, God Yi. Yi Xian suddenly thought of God Yi. Didn't this guy have some followers in the past? At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned, then said excitedly, "Little Mu, you've reached intent realm?" Little Mu nodded. At this moment, she had already reached intent realm. How terrifying would Little Mu be after reaching intent realm? She would definitely be able to instantly kill someone of the same level. At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian. "Do you need help?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Dao Yi smiled. "Let's go." Having said that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian followed with Little Mu. After a while, the three of them arrived in front of a palace. Yi Xian had been here before. Back then, Dao Yi mentioned that 2 of God Ye's followers were here. Avicii swordsman. Saint Mu swordsman. Dao Yi brought Yi Xian and a Mu to the Avicii swordsman, then asked softly, "Do you know why I didn't let you wake them up back then?" Yi Xian shook his head. Dao Yi smiled. "Because they're really strong." Yi Xian asked, "Intent realm?" Dao Yi nodded. "Not just intent realm, but also the peak of intent realm. Moreover, they were the first to follow Master. If I'm not mistaken, they should have come out of immortality together with Master." Having said that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Wake him up." Yi Xian asked, "How do I wake him up?" Dao Yi smiled. "Just tell him that he's awake." Yi Xian looked at the Avicii swordsman. "Wake up." Boom. The statue suddenly shattered. The next moment, a man holding a sword appeared in front of Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian felt a sense of oppression. The Avicii swordsman looked at Yi Xian. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. However, soon, he seemed to have noticed something. He immediately knelt on one knee and said with a trembling voice, "Greetings, Crown Prince." Crown Prince. Yi Xian glanced at the Avicii swordsman. The other party did not call him master, but Crown Prince. It was obvious that he was brought out from the Yi clan by God Yi. Yi Xian said, "Get up." The Avicii swordsman stood up and looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. "Crown Prince," Yi Xian asked, "are you willing to continue to follow me?" The Avicii swordsman immediately said, "I'm willing to follow you forever." Yi Xian nodded and walked into the distance. Soon, he arrived in front of the statue of Swordsman Mu. Yi Xian looked at the statue. "Wake up." Boom. The statue shattered and a one-armed woman slowly walked out. Swordsman Mu. When she saw Yi Xian, Swordsman Mu was slightly taken aback. Yi Xian looked at Swordsman Mu without saying a word. Swordsman Mu looked at Yi Xian as well. She did not say a word. After a long time, Swordsman Mu shook her head. Not awakened. Yi Xian said, "Are you willing to continue to follow me?" Swordsman Mu shook her head again. "You're not the Crown Prince now." Yi Xian nodded. "Goodbye." Having said that, he turned around and left. He would not force it. At this time, Dao Yi suddenly laughed. "Wait." Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi looked at Swordsman Mu. Swordsman Mu, master wants to kill his way back to the eternal world. Yi Xian, hearing Dao Yi's words, Swordsman Mu's eyes suddenly shrank. She looked at Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice. "Really?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Dao Yi suddenly said, "Master, the karma of the eternal world is not something you can escape. Believe me, this trouble will find you sooner or later because the Yi clan will never let you live." Yi Xian looked at Swordsman Mu. "If I don't return to the eternal world, you won't follow me, is that right?" Swordsman Mu remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. "I won't force you." Having said that, he looked at Dao Yi. "Let's go." Dao Yi nodded slightly. The group left. Swordsman Mu suddenly said, "Prince." Yi Xian turned to look at Swordsman Mu. Swordsman Mu shook his head. "Prince, you left the eternal world back then, but what happened? Did they let you go?" "Not at all. Now, you have reincarnated, but they still won't let you go." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Swordsman Mu looked at Yi Xian. "Back then, you were too weak." Yi Xian smiled. "It won't happen again." Swordsman Mu looked at Yi Xian for a long time, then slowly knelt on one knee. "I am willing to follow you." Yi Xian said softly. "Don't worry, God Yi was benevolent back then. I, Yi Xian, will never do such a thing. I will kill whoever tries to kill me." Dao Yi suddenly said, "It's time to let that monster out." A moment later, the group left. Alternate dimension. On a certain mountain peak, Yuya looked at the scroll in her hand for a long time without saying anything. Si Jing was dead. But he was not killed by the plain-dressed woman. He was killed by a white-haired woman. Who was the white-haired woman? She didn't know, because the alternate dimension experts who followed Si Jing did not dare to approach them. She only knew that the killer was that white-haired woman. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from beside Yuya. "Patriarch has come out. Come out." Yuya was silent for a moment, then softly said, "I hope that plain-dressed woman is not too strong." After saying that, she turned around and left. P.S. Sorry, it's late. But listen to me. The reason why I'm late is because I want to write one more chapter. What's the point of 2 chapters? End of this chapter. Chapter 1689. Yi Xian and the rest returned to the lakeside. At that moment, Yi Xian realized that Shan Lin and the lady in white had reached the intent realm. They were the first to obtain Yi Xian's great Tao origin crystals. Shan Lin laughed when he saw Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I have reached the intent realm. Yi Xian sized Shan Lin up and said with a smile, Congratulations. Shan Lin cupped his fists. It's all thanks to young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the lady in white. The lady in white nodded. Thank you. Yi Xian looked at the lady in white. Now that you have reached the intent realm, what do you think? The lady in white shook her head. Nothing else. Yi Xian blinked. You are already an expert in the intent realm. Are you really willing to follow me? The lady in white glanced at Yi Xian. Don't test me. Even if I have reached the intent realm, I can't defeat you. Moreover, you have many experts in the intent realm with you. Yi Xian nodded. Then help me guide them. Then, he turned to look at the experts in the false intent realm. From now on, these people are under the control of the 2 of you. If anyone is disloyal, you can kill them directly. Then, he pointed with his finger and 2 storage rings landed in front of the lady in white and Shan Lin. The 2 of them looked at the storage rings and their expressions changed. There were 50 great Tao origin crystals in each storage ring. Shan Lin put away the storage rings and bowed respectfully. Shan Lin is willing to follow young Master Yi until death. Yi Xian smiled. There will be many benefits in the future. Shan Lin chuckled. I understand. Yi Xian patted Shan Lin's shoulder. Remember, the intent realm is nothing. You have to look further. The intent realm was nothing. Dao Yi and the rest looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions. Shan Lin blinked. Young Master Yi, this intent realm doesn't seem weak. Of course, I know that it is nothing in your eyes. Yi Xian smiled and said, How about a spar? Shan Lin hurriedly shook his head, No, I don't dare to spar with young Master Yi. Yi Xian laughed, Don't worry, just take one of my sword strikes. Shan Lin hesitated for a moment and said, All right. Actually, he also wanted to see Yi Xian's strength. He wasn't the only one who wanted to see it. All the other pseudo-intent realm experts wanted to see it as well. Yi Xian looked at Shan Lin and asked, Are you ready? Shan Lin nodded. Please make your move, young Master Yi. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. 130 superimposed sword drawing techniques. He didn't hold back at all. The moment Yi Xian unsheathed his sword, Shan Lin's expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly and blasted them forward. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shan Lin was sent flying into the sky. He flew all the way to the end of the horizon. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. He was defeated just like that. At that moment, Shan Lin appeared in front of Yi Xian again. At that moment, Shan Lin was in a terrible state. Both his arms were chopped off and his body was cracked like a spider web. His physical body was almost gone. Shan Lin looked at Yi Xian and smiled bitterly, Young Master Yi, you're too ruthless. Yi Xian smiled faintly, I used 30% of my strength. Sigh, it's my fault. Are you alright? 30% of his strength. Shan Lin's expression froze. Meanwhile, the pseudo-intent realm experts were dumbfounded. Only 30% of his strength? At that moment, Yi Xian glanced at everyone. Everyone, train hard. Then, he looked at Shan Lin. The intent realm is just the beginning. Good luck. After that, he led Dao Yi and the rest away. Shan Lin was petrified on the spot. He was shocked. He was defeated by a peri-celestial expert with one strike. At that moment, the lady in white beside Shan Lin suddenly said, "Shan Lin, how long have you been training until now?" Shan Lin smiled bitterly. "More than 100,000 years." The lady in white nodded slightly and pondered. "Young Master Yi has only been training for about 20 years, pft." Shan Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. All the pseudo-intent realm experts present had heard the woman's words, and all of them fell into deep thought. More than 20 years. This young Master Yi had only been training for about 20 years. At that moment, the lady in white suddenly looked at everyone. "Everyone, focus on your training. Don't try to guess young Master Yi's identity. Since young Master Yi won't tell us, we'll just treat him as an ordinary person." Everyone was speechless. Was he an ordinary person? An ordinary person who had been training for 20 years was more powerful than someone who had been training for more than 100,000 years. He was obviously King Rich Kid. Was there a need to guess? At that moment, everyone was in awe of Yi Xian. In the distance, Dao Yi brought Yi Xian and the rest to a mountain next to the bamboo house. Yi Xian remembered that Dao Yi mentioned that there was a monster in the mountain, and that monster was God Ye's mount back then. Dao Yi said softly, "It's time to let the monster out." She then looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the mountain. "Wake up." There was a moment of silence. Boom! The entire mountain suddenly shook violently. Gradually, the mountain began to crack and a powerful aura suddenly swept out from the mountain. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on it. Dao Yi waved her hand gently and a wave of energy blocked the powerful monster aura. The rocks that flew out from the mountain were also swept away. At that moment, an angry roar came from the mountain. Boom! The entire mountain collapsed, and a gigantic demonic beast appeared in front of everyone. The monster was as strong as a mountain and looked like a tiger. It had 2 tails and a horn on its head. It looked especially ferocious and domineering. After the monster came out, its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian noticed that there were 2 flames burning in the monster's eyes. Dao Yi suddenly said, "Flaming tiger. A monster that master tamed in Sky Monster Kingdom." Yi Xian was curious. "Sky Monster Kingdom?" Dao Yi nodded. "The one on your arm should be from Sky Monster Kingdom too." The beast god smiled. "Indeed." Yi Xian was curious. "Senior, what kind of place is Sky Monster Kingdom?" The beast god said, "A place full of monsters. However, it's different from other places. Sky Monster Kingdom is a country made up of monsters. We have our own complete monster civilization." Yi Xian asked, "All the monsters are together?" The beast god smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian was curious. "Won't there be chaos?" The beast god said, "No. Of course, the king must be strong enough. If not, there will be monsters who won't submit. Once there are monsters who won't submit, there will be chaos. But if the king is strong enough, there won't be chaos. Because monsters only worship and respect the strong. As long as you are strong enough, they will submit to you." Yi Xian nodded and thought to himself, "I'll bring Arya to Sky Monster Kingdom when I have the chance." He would help Arya to the throne of the Tianyao Kingdom, and he would be a military counselor or something. Control Sky Monster Kingdom. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, the flaming bird tiger suddenly bent down to look at Yi Xian. As it did so, a powerful pressure pressed down on Yi Xian, causing him to frown slightly. The flaming tiger stared at Yi Xian as if it wanted to see through him. The flaming tiger suddenly said, "You are not the master." As it spoke, a strong pressure enveloped Yi Xian. At this moment, the Avicii swordsman beside Yi Xian roared, "How dare you!" His voice was like thunder. The flaming tiger was stunned. The Avicii swordsman glared at the flaming tiger. "Although the prince hasn't awakened, he isn't someone you can blaspheme." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. Hiss! The flaming tiger's powerful pressure was torn apart, and the Avicii swordsman slashed at the flaming tiger's head. Bang! The flaming tiger was pushed back hundreds of meters by the Avicii swordsman. Yi Xian glanced at the Avicii swordsman. This guy is extraordinarily strong. The flaming tiger was furious after being pushed back. It charged at the Avicii swordsman, and the world trembled. A trace of viciousness flashed through the Avicii swordsman's eyes, and he immediately drew his sword and charged over. Meanwhile, the beast god's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Xian's mind. "If you want to subdue this demon beast, then you have to defeat it yourself. This demon beast only respects the strong, so defeating it is the best method." Yi Xian nodded, and then he looked up into the sky. "The Avicii sect, stand down." The Avicii swordsman immediately withdrew his sword and retreated to Yi Xian's side when he heard Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at the flaming tiger, and then he didn't waste his breath at all. He suddenly charged over to the flaming tiger, and then he drew his sword and slashed. 130 overlapped sword-drawing techniques. The flaming tiger's expression instantly changed violently. It didn't shrink back, and it leaped towards Yi Xian's sword instead. It was a head-on collision. Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! The space and the surroundings shook violently, and then the flaming tiger was blasted flying under the gazes of everyone. Rumble! Space was obliterated inch by inch as the flaming tiger retreated, and it moved almost 3 kilometers back. This time, Yi Xian hadn't just utilized the beast god technique, he'd even utilized the beast god's arm. The spectators were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. That attack from Yi Xian was too terrifying. Even Dao Yi couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. This fellow actually became so ferocious after his father took him to develop. Now, Yi Xian could instantly annihilate ordinary experts with intent. The flaming tiger was quite stunned as well. At this moment, all the scales on its body had split apart. Even though that attack hadn't been able to kill it, it had heavily injured it. Yi Xian gazed at the flaming tiger. "Are you going to try again?" The flaming tiger stared fixedly at Yi Xian while the flames in its eyes burned even brighter. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "I only utilized 20% of my strength just now. I'll use 100% if you try again." 20%. The flamehawk tiger was stunned, and then it hesitated for a moment before it immediately shook its head to indicate that it wasn't coming. Yi Xian walked up to the flaming bird tiger. The flaming bird tiger looked at Yi Xian and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Obviously, it was a little fearful. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a drop of blood appeared in his hand. It was Arya's blood essence. When Arya left, she gave him a bottle. The flamehawk tiger instantly became fervent when it saw this drop of blood essence. Yi Xian blinked. "Do you want it?" The flamebird tiger nodded vigorously and extended its claws. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to take a look. Just take a look." As he spoke, he put away the drop of blood. Flaming tiger. Also. Chapter 1690. Seeing Yi Xian's action, Dao Yi shook his head and smiled. This guy was really mischievous. In front of Yi Xian, the flaming tiger suddenly roared. Clearly, it was somewhat angry. However, Yi Xian did not care about it at all. He turned around and left. Seeing Yi Xian and his party leaving, the flaming tiger became furious and roared crazily, causing the mountains to tremble. However, it did not dare to attack. Fear. Yi Xian's sword attack just now had made it afraid. Because if Yi Xian attacked again, he would definitely be able to kill it. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Xian and Dao Yi were sitting opposite each other. Yi Xian said, "If all of us outside reached the domain realm, would we be able to fight against the alien races?" Dao Yi shook his head. Yi Xian said softly, "The difference between peak experts?" Dao Yi nodded. "None of the people outside are weak. No, I should say that they are very strong. For them to be able to reach their current level, they must have been monstrous geniuses in the past. If they reached the domain realm, their strength would not be inferior to the domain realm experts of the alien races. However, we do not have enough peak experts." Yi Xian asked, "Above the domain realm?" Dao Yi nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian said softly, "Like crescent moon?" Dao Yi shook his head. "There is someone even stronger than her among the alien races, which is their patriarch. His strength is not something you can contend against." Yi Xian asked, "How strong is he?" Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian. "His strength is only slightly inferior to our master. And master's strength, excluding the eternal world, is only below 3 swords." Yi Xian turned silent. Dao Yi continued, "The alien races have 2 goals in entering this world. The first is to obtain your Dao origin body, and the second is to absorb the spiritual energy of this universe. There isn't enough spiritual energy in this alternate dimension. If they defeat us, all the spiritual energy in this universe will be devoured by them. At that time, the overall strength of the alien dimensional race will reach a whole new level." Yi Xian said softly, "The core is still spiritual energy." Dao Yi nodded his head. "No force can do without spiritual qi, especially those big forces. They want to nurture more experts, so they need more spiritual qi. For hundreds of thousands of years, in order to develop themselves, the other dimensional race has been using spiritual energy and the source of the great Tao without restraint. Although the other dimensional race has become a superpower from a third-rate power, the source of the great Tao in the other dimensional world's universe has completely disappeared, and the spiritual energy is also rapidly drying up." As she spoke, she shook her head. "Therefore, if the alien races want to survive, they must constantly devour other universes." At that moment, the beast god also said, "That's right." Once the 100 years is up, the elders and the core members of the clan must vote to decide the new patriarch. Of course, under normal circumstances, the patriarch can be re-elected. But ever since you appeared, the situation has changed. Because if there is a new vote, you are almost 100% elected. Because countless people in the clan hope that you can obtain the core sacred relic of the clan. Yi Xian asked, "What sacred relic?" The swordsman of Mu Shing said in a deep voice, "The Taishu Temple. This is the number 1 sacred relic of the Yi clan. It is said that it contains our clan's most powerful mental cultivation method, the Taishu Dao Mantra. At that time, many elders hope that you can obtain this sacred relic because you have created the Taishu Dao Mantra. Many elders firmly believe that if you obtain this Taishu Dao Mantra, not only will your strength undergo a tremendous change, you might even be able to improve the Taishu Dao Mantra." Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian and said, "Many people hope that you can obtain this sacred relic and bring the clan to new heights." Yi Xian said softly, "Your patriarch doesn't want that, right?" The swordsman of Mu Shing nodded. "Yes." On the day of the new election, the patriarch suddenly rose in revolt. She gathered her confidants and sealed the entire Yi clan's ancestral shrine. Then, she slandered you for colluding with the enemy and wanted to kill you on the spot. Yi Xian said, "Did the elders disagree?" The swordsman of Mu Shing nodded. Disagree. Not only did the elders disagree, but so did your 18 brothers, the 18 divine generals. These 18 people were brought up by you. When they found out that you were trapped, the 18 divine generals brought thousands of subordinates and killed their way to the Yi clan. Not only that, but some elders also stood on your side. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. But they still lost? The swordsman of Mu Sheng nodded. I don't know what happened in the ancestral shrine. I only know that when you came out of the ancestral shrine, the 18 divine generals and the heavens guards were all killed in battle. Not only them, but dozens of elders were also killed. All of them died in battle? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. The swordsman of Mu Sheng nodded. Her eyes had unknowingly turned scarlet. When we arrived, they were all killed in battle. Not a single one survived. Yi Xian said softly, logically speaking, if the patriarch of Yi clan won, the other party would never let God Yi live. So how did God Yi escape? It's all thanks to 3 people. The swordsman of Mu Sheng said in a deep voice. Which 3? Yi Xian asked. Swordsman Mu said softly, the first one was the Yi clan's protector. When the patriarch made a move against you, the Yi clan's protector wasn't present. However, when he heard that the patriarch had made a move against you, he immediately rushed back. Most of the people on your side have been killed. At that time, the protector only had 2 choices. The first one was to stand on your side. However, if he did that, the Yi clan would immediately split because the patriarch made it clear that if the protector stood on your side, she would perish together. If she perished together, the entire Yi clan would be consigned to eternal damnation. You should know that although our Yi clan was the strongest clan in the archaic boundary, there were other great clans in the archaic boundary. If we continued to fight, we would give others a chance. So the protector stood on the patriarch's side? Yi Xian asked. The swordsman of Mu Sheng nodded. Yes. However, he had a request. He couldn't kill you. However, the patriarch didn't agree. Yi Xian asked, did the second and third person play a role? The swordsman of Mu Sheng nodded. The second person was Commander Yi Tian of our clan. He was in charge of a very elite clan army of our clan. In fact. Speaking until here, she shook her head. Whether it's the protector or Commander Yi Tian, they're all on your side. At that time, you were in charge of the clan's heavens guards and had 18 divine generals following you to the death. If we were to fight head-on, we wouldn't have lost to the clan leader. Unfortunately, the clan leader sent Commander Yi Tian and Protector Yi Qian away. When they returned, it was already too late. That's because you guys had already started killing. Otherwise, if they were present when the patriarch made his move, they could have forced the patriarch to summon the ancestors and let the ancestors' souls resolve this matter. Only the patriarch has the right to summon the ancestors' souls. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. I have a question. God Yi had already surpassed the patriarch in merits back then. Didn't he think that the patriarch would make a move against him? That shouldn't have happened. The swordsman of Mu Sheng shook his head. Not only did the crown prince not think of it, but everyone in the Yi clan also didn't think of it. Therefore, when the crown prince went to the ancestral shrine, he didn't take any precautions. Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Why is that? The swordsman of Mu Sheng looked at Yi Xian. Do you know who the patriarch is? Yi Xian shook his head. I definitely don't know. The swordsman of Mu Sheng said softly, the patriarch is the crown prince's mother, biological mother. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Biological mother. Yi Xian jumped up immediately. P.S. I've let everyone's weight down. I'm looking down on myself if I don't update. I've been too busy recently and only returned home at 1:00 o'clock last night. When one reaches a certain age, there are a lot of mundane things to do. Sigh, I'm no longer the single handsome guy from back then. There's nothing else to do except write. Now, sigh, the burden on my shoulders is too heavy. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Chapter 1691. Biological Mother. Dao Yi and Yi Xian were dumbfounded. At that moment, Yi Xian felt like he was about to explode. Yi Xian looked at Blade Saint Mu. Biological mother? Blade Saint Mu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, why? Blade Saint Mu sighed softly and said nothing. Yi Xian asked again, is she really biological? Blade Saint Mu nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was puzzled. If she's biological, why would she harm him? Blade Saint Mu looked at Yi Xian. Benefits. If the crown prince is elected clan leader, the previous clan leader must step down and hand over his authority as clan leader. Yi Xian frowned. Just because of authority? Blade Saint Mu nodded. The struggle within a large clan is 100 times crueler than the secular imperial family. Dao Yi suddenly said, there's one thing I don't understand. Master's mother should be an outsider. Since she's an outsider, how did she become the Yi clan leader? Blade Saint Mu shook his head. She's not an outsider. She's from the Yi clan and was once the most talented genius in the clan. The crown prince took his mother's surname. Dao Yi frowned. That means Master isn't a direct descendant of the Yi clan? Blade Saint Mu said, you can say that. However, no one in the Yi clan questions the crown prince's identity. He's not only a genius, but he's also the current clan leader's son. Moreover, he grew up in the Yi clan and the entire clan recognizes his identity. However, no one expected that the crown prince's mother would use that reason to deny the crown prince and even slander him for colluding with the enemy. As she said that, she shook her head slightly. I'm afraid even the crown prince himself didn't expect that. Yi Xian shook his head. That mother isn't just any ordinary kind of ruthless. She's even more ruthless than my mother. He originally thought that he was miserable enough, especially when he was targeted by East Linen. However, he did not expect God Yi to be even more miserable than him. Back then, Southeast targeted him mainly because of a misunderstanding, but this God Yi was completely different. They wanted God Yi dead. Saber Saint Mu said softly, Crown Prince was too outstanding back then. He's so outstanding that he threatens his mother's position. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Yi Xian's forehead. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. I used to think that my dad was heartless and abandoned me. Now, compared to God Ye's mother, I suddenly realized that my dad is actually still human. Most importantly, my father was never afraid of me becoming stronger. On the contrary, he hoped that I would become stronger than him. Speaking to there, he paused before continuing, if my father was also afraid that I would become stronger and wanted to kill me. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, not daring to think about it. Who could withstand this? At this time, Dao Yi suddenly smiled and said, Don't be afraid, you still have a sister. Qing'er. Hearing this, Yi Xian instantly laughed, that's right. If my dad wants to kill me, Qing'er will definitely kill him, haha. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, it's not right for you to think of master that way. Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiaota, if you dare to complain, I'll castrate you. Xiaota was speechless. Dao Yi shook her head and smiled. She looked at Saber Saint Mu. Tell me about the third person. Saber Saint Mu said in a deep voice, it's the crown prince's former fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Hera clan, Herayan. Yi Xian suddenly said, fiancé? Saber Saint Mu nodded. It's normal for large clans to unite by marriage. At that time, the Yi clan wanted to consolidate our position, so we had a marriage alliance with the Hera clan. When we arrived, you were already surrounded. Even Guardian Yi Tian and Commander Yi Qian could not stop us from killing you. At that time, Miss Harayan arrived with the Hera clan's powerhouses. She was the one who forcefully protected you. Dao Yi was puzzled. The Hera clan interfered in the internal affairs of the Yi clan? And your clan leader compromised? Saber Saint Mu said softly, that woman had no choice but to compromise because Miss Harayan brought the Hera clan's ancestor's soul with her. In that situation, that woman only had 3 choices. The first was to kill the crown prince. However, if she killed the crown prince, she would have to pay a heavy price. The Hera clan's ancestor's soul is not something that an ordinary powerhouse can deal with. The second choice was to call the ancestor's soul. However, if she did that, she would be finished immediately. Because the ancestor's soul would never allow her to harm the clan's genius. The third choice was to start a war with the Hera clan. However, the Yi clan had no chance of winning at that time. At that time, the Yi clan was in a state of internal strife. The entire Yi clan was in a state of disintegration. Moreover, there were other clans eyeing the Yi clan covetously. Therefore, that woman had no choice but to compromise. Dao Yi said in a deep voice, that woman compromised, but on the condition that the crown prince must not be in the immortal realm, right? Saber Saint Mu nodded. Yes. The crown prince must leave the immortal realm. Moreover, the crown prince's identity as the crown prince of the Yi clan was also taken away. In addition, speaking of this, her expression gradually became ferocious. The crown prince, your Yi clan bloodline was also taken away on the spot. Yi Xian frowned. So, I'm not a member of the Yi clan now? Saber Saint Mu immediately said, the crown prince, you will always be a member of the Yi clan. Even if your bloodline is taken away, it will not change. Yi Xian looked at Saber Saint Mu. What was God Yi thinking at that time? Saber Saint Mu was silent. Dao Yi suddenly said, Master never thought of revenge. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi said softly, if he wanted revenge, he would not have protected this universe, let alone adopted us. Saber Saint Mu nodded. The crown prince indeed never thought of revenge. At that time, the crown prince was a little disheartened, saying that, she sighed softly. After all, she was his biological mother. Idiot. Yi Xian shook his head. I think this God Yi is more than just an ordinary idiot. Dao Yi and the other two looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered. What mother? If it were me, I would have asked the Hera clan to support me to fight the Yi clan. If that doesn't work, I would have gone to the Yi clan's enemy and destroyed them. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Saber Saint Mu and Avicii swordsman looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Yi Xian sighed softly. In fact, he felt that God Yi was quite pitiful. No one would be able to stand being treated like that by their own mother. However, to be honest, that mother was really amazing. Under normal circumstances, most mothers would want their sons to be outstanding. However, not only did that mother not want her son to be better than her, but she also wanted to kill her own son. Her biological son. At that thought, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the green-robed man was quite a good person. At the very least, his father had never wanted to kill him. At that moment, Saber Saint Mu suddenly said excitedly, Prince, when are we going back to the Yi clan? Yi Xian glanced at Saber Saint Mu and was a little speechless. Do you think we have the strength to go back to the Yi clan now? Saber Saint Mu fell silent and his expression gradually turned ugly. If God Yi had done that back then, there would have been great hope because God Yi had high prestige in the Yi clan at that time. Moreover, he had the help of the Hera clan. Now that so many years had passed, the Yi clan must have been purged. If they went back now, everything would be the same, but the people would be different. Moreover, Yi Xian had yet to awaken and was very weak. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged." Saber Saint Mu looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian chuckled and said, "If the Yi clan doesn't let me go, then I will definitely go to the eternal world." Saber Saint Mu sighed softly. "Prince, you're too weak now." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Can't you be a little more tactful with your words?" Saber Saint Mu was speechless. Dao Yi also said, "Our main goal now is to deal with the alien dimensional race." Alien dimensional race. Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Let's deal with the alien dimensional race first. As for the Yi clan, let's put them aside for now." As he said that, he looked at Saber Saint Mu. "Do you know what old subordinates God Yi had back then?" Saber Saint Mu shook his head. "Even if they haven't been purged, we can't go looking for them. If we go looking for them, it's very likely that we'll be discovered by the Yi clan." Yi Xian said softly, "It seems that we can only rely on ourselves." As he said that, he looked at the distant lakeside. There were more than 460 pseudo-intent realm experts there. If all of them could attain intent realm, then they would have a fighting chance against the alien dimensional race. At that moment, the law of time suddenly appeared. The alien dimensional race is breaking the seal. They're going to attack us. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "How long can the seal last?" The law of time looked at Yi Xian. "It might break right away." Yi Xian turned to look at the pseudo-intent realm experts by the lakeside. "How much more time do they need?" Dao Yi glanced at them and said, "At least half a month." Yi Xian said, "We have to drag it out for another half a month." As he said that, he transformed into a ray of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Dao Yi and the others also disappeared on the spot. A short while later, Yi Xian and the others arrived at the starry sky where the seal was. At that moment, the strange runes in the surroundings had dimmed to the point that they were almost gone. Powerful auras kept surging out from the black vortex. Yi Xian looked at the black vortex. At that moment, a woman walked out. It was Yuya. Yuya looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." As she spoke, she gazed at Dao Yi. "Dao Yi, don't you care about your younger sister's life or death?" Dao Yi frowned. Yuya snapped her fingers, and then a woman was brought over. It was Dao Yi's younger sister, a Gu. At this moment, a Gu's entire body was nailed by soul-boring spikes. A Gu's voice trembled when he saw Dao Yi. "Big sister. Save me." Dao Yi remained silent. Yuya smiled. "Dao Yi, you're a genius of my clan, so my clan naturally won't abandon you. So long as you're willing to return to the clan, then we can let bygones be bygones." Dao Yi suddenly walked towards a Gu. She arrived in front of a Gu, and a trace of a complicated expression flashed through her eyes as she gazed at a Gu. A Gu. A Gu instantly started crying. "Big sister, save me." Meanwhile, a dagger suddenly appeared in Dao Yi's hand. A Gu hadn't even reacted when the dagger swept past his throat. Hiss! Blood sprayed from a Gu's throat. Everyone present was stunned. Including Yi Xian. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.